Holtzwan,
Here.
Christopher Eagleberry, Todd Grisham, Cowboy Wright,
Here.
Stanley Woodenknife Jr., Michelle Hollenberg, Royal Yellowhawk, Robert Radley,
Oh.
Charles DeBray Jr.,
Here.
Bill Marshall,
Here.
Wayne Frederick, Emily Boyd Alondra, Alvin Bearhill Sr., Sherry Wright Knight, Pamela Wilcox, Viola Kilsasite, Michael Bolt Sr., William Kindle,
Here.
Ben Blackman III,
Oh.
Mary Ellen
I just put all the batteries.
Chris, sit here.
Chris, stay here.
15.
They said over here, so give
Lila, can you do our invocation today, please?
Say good morning. Good to see everybody today. I want to have us remember our relative that we are looking for, and remember the family, hold them in prayer, and also our loved ones who are in mourning, keep them close to heart as well. We pray for good things and to be kind to each other and to be lakota, to do things in an honorable way and present ourselves that way today as we have our meeting. So I ask that you pray with me. Yatagashila, abetu wakama weakupi yukha, tagashila, ahitu wana on kiapia. Oyate unshika heon chapi yukha, daku ota, ungahi lapi yukha tagashila, hena, iachuna, dukdet hokja eak lektet tagashila. Hechel oyate ki hechel zania umpikte, na hamakaija na tagashila wakampi. Zania umpikte tagashila. Na lea betu ki omnicha uhapikte yukha tagashila. On kiapia wak wala. Tagashila hena akawog lakabna washachukumki oyatiki iwashtepikte. The lamb at the one tagashila we chinchalama. Ungola be you can tagashila kiapia. We chinchalaki levona traha oya you can tagashila kiapia na ognatua woglaka na ish tagashila. Dakum out Otai you can tagashila hena wo ke chichilapi. Hukunat kukuki we chose on in a war ke. Tagashila you go kha tagashila takomi wakanjaki. Ushikapi tagashila. Na dona washa chumki hena ovichakia ya tagashila. Na tagashila dona kuja na ish. Wakampi tagashila. Tiata yangapi. Na tagashila dona wakaja ki wayabla yukha hena we chose any war block it tagashila war wala war chinchanta war ke wangabha tagashila we chap koya tagashila a betu ki la wisha hoa kai on kya pia mi takuya se
We have Michelle Hollenberg and Kevin Wilcox to be excused today for travel, and Wayne Fredericks. Is there anybody else that needs to be excused previously or today?
About two women, you said. Young girl, about two.
Okay.
Madam Chair, about noon, Transportation's have a meeting over in Mission with South Dakota Department of Transportation.
Okay.
1:30, I think.
Is there anyone else? Mary?
and we see that 4 o'clock.
Willie, one. Anyone else? If not, I need a motion to approve Michelle, Tammy, Wayne, Bill, Cowboy, Marion, and Willie. Motion by Philip, second by Charles. Question? Bill, well, Bill. Ben. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14,
Opposed?
1,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
Do we need a motion for the Sergeant at Arms today?
Thank you.
I'll move for compensation.
Motion by Emily, second by Ben, question by Phillips, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Before we approve the agenda, I want to let council know that, there's gonna be three topics that are gonna come up. Of legality, we're going to need to go into executive sessions because they're legal issues. So, I don't know if you want to do that now or if we want to do it after the BIA report. Votes.
Madam Chair, we have honoring for Antelope community officers. Can we do that right away this morning? Get that done before we go into the rest of the agenda? If there's no objections, it has to do with the Red Cross. They're here today also because one of them received an award.
Do you want to make that a motion?
Yes.
Yes, good morning, elders. I'd also like to add on the session rescue efforts to the agenda as well, whenever we get time for it.
Needs a second.
I'll second her motion. I don't know, wait till we get that.
Question? Sherry, all in favor of Coates' motion?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
And Chris's motion to bring on the search and,
I just wanted to add it to the agenda.
oh, you want to add it to the agenda?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll put it under new business.
Madam Chair?
Thank you. I have 2 items that I'd like to add to the agenda. The first one is cemeteries. And the other one is Lakota language speakers. Or Lakota language.
Is that the one that you wanted me to have her add to the agenda, the presenter?
No, the presenters are OSPA, and that's, I requested them to be on at 1 o'clock.
Okay. Yeah, I said that. Thank you, Sherry. Thank you. If there's anything else to add, I need a approval for the agenda. Motion to approve agenda, Phillips, second. Emily, question? Ben, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Okay, we'll start with the antelope honoring.
Madam Chair, while they're coming up, I wanted to say I made a suggestion in our council chat thread. I wanted us to honor our youth that excelled in sports this year, the St. Francis Indian School boys. If we could schedule something for them, the Tri-County.
It's on your agenda for the 23rd.
Oh, okay, I didn't see that. Thank you.
Yes.
Come on up.
Come on up.
Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to honor our officers this morning and for the hard work and the dedication that they've been doing with the American Red Cross with Shelter in Place. They are certified to do what they're doing. And we have Tanil received, I'm only going to touch base on a little bit because I'm going to let them tell their own story. but Tennille received an award this year. And from the time that I've known her to now, she's made so much progress and improvement and still has goals left in her life that she wants to reach. And this year, receiving this award only shows that her dedication. Then we have Melinda, who is our chair. She's a part of this team. Mary Jane, Kurt, and we have Aquila and the little one. She's always with the team also. So Renee is always with us too. But I'm gonna let them tell the story, and we also have the Red Cross here today. We have Jamie and Richard with us. So they're gonna give a little spiel about it. And they also did a training here earlier, you guys. Shelter in place, and only one community showed up for the training, and it was Grass Mountain. So hopefully they can offer more, but I'm just proud of this team here and for what they do for Amloc, and I'll let Jamie tell their story.
Thank you so much. Thanks for letting us come. I'm Jamie Mueller. This is Richard Smith. We're with the American Red Cross. Okay, that's everyone. You go, I'll go there.
So they could see you.
Thank you so much for letting us come. It's an honor to be here with you today. This Antelope Community Center team came to us back at the beginning of 2024, so almost a year ago. And they expressed the want and need to help their community, and they were looking for ways to do that. And then through the Red Cross, we were able to do a shelter training with them and give them all the supplies and materials and whatever support they needed, and they ran with it. We are just lucky and honored to know them, and they really do all of the work, and we just are there to keep up with them, really. I'll read a little blurb that we have about the work that Tennille's doing, and just know this applies to everyone as well. The American Red Cross, we're here to help support communities in times of disaster. So we want to meet the immediate needs of minorities that are affected by disasters, whether big or small, house fires to hurricanes. We rely on volunteer efforts, like all of these individuals behind me that are so fantastic and great. Melinda and Tennille have led a fantastic team and are an integral part of the work that we can do with the Red Cross here in their community. Tennille came to the American Red Cross with a desire to do more and to help her community. She was already a responder and in crisis and disaster to those around her and in her family, but she took some trainings with the American Red Cross, and she became a leader of our what we call a disaster action team. Those folks are able to go help after house fires. She has a hunger to learn and that cannot be matched. She approaches all situations with insightful questions and will be the first to approach a training with enthusiasm. Tennille is a born leader, and since becoming an American Red Cross volunteer, she has helped with 9 disaster action team home fire responses in her community in just 7 months. And this was as of, I think, September, so I think there's a couple more in there that we forgot to mention. She also was able to help with a home fire response out of the state as well. So she's not only helping here, but she's bringing her knowledge up in other places. She has logged over 70 volunteer hours with the American Red Cross, just within those home responses alone. That's not including any of the sheltering work that they've done. And she's taken on a role leading this team and the efforts in her community. And within a year of being a volunteer with us, she's traveled to Minneapolis to get more trainings, to bring back and to teach other people. She's bringing more people to wanting to help the community and volunteer. This entire team is self-motivated, incredibly compassionate, and they just lead their community in the efforts. And we are so, so grateful to have them with us as part of our team, and we're lucky to know them. And we just appreciate everything that they've done. So we have both Tennille and Melinda with the Red Cross have been awarded the Disaster Action Team Member of the Year award through us. So that's for our region. Our region is all of South Dakota, 2/3 of South Dakota. So out of all the volunteers with the Red Cross, these two have shown the most incredible initiative. They've been the best team that we could ever have asked for. So we're presenting them with those awards later this month, next month. On May 13th, we're having an appreciation dinner at the Antelope Community Center. It's open to the whole community, so anybody is invited to that. The Red Cross is just hosting a dinner to say thank you for everything that these folks are doing and for the whole community. So please feel free and welcome to come join that. But Richard, you have anything to add?
Yeah, I would just like to, I'm Richard Smith, I'm the Executive Director for the Red Cross serving Central and Western South Dakota. Would just like to share with you that this is a model that's going across the United States. So when we start thinking about working with our work with tribal nations, they're coming to us and saying, how did you have that happen? And how is that working? And how can we get this involved in other tribal communities? Because we really want to be doing the work. We've had a long relationship here with the tribe. We are so thankful and honored to be able to be here. We were here during the St. Francis fire. I think that was the last time I was in this room, was when we had that big fire. But really, they're just setting the goal and setting the expectations for everybody else across the United States as we're trying to grow this program to do more of just this. We're having tribal members deliver services to tribal members, and we're trying to just be that support for them. So we're just so thankful that they're all stepping forward to do this. It's a big deal for us. Again, it goes nationwide, and we've talked about it several times, so thank you.
And you know, even though Tennille received the award, it's a team effort. And this is something that each of our communities need, because we've been running into some issues, and none of our tribal members should ever have to go through anything when we have something, when we have people in place, our own people, to set these stations up. And Tennille's been on it. I saw her down here a couple times with house fires that we've had. She's been in here to meet the family down here and do the report also. So that's a plus for us, you know. But I'm really thankful and honored that they're our team from Animal Community, our officers, because they do a lot. They do. And you know, they've had some health issues here lately, but they still step up and they get it done for the people. And we have a star quilt to give to Tennille also.
I just want to add in there, you know, thank you everybody for having us here today. When I first started with Red Cross, I was looking for something bigger to help everybody. And with my support from my Uncle Steve and him always pushing me, it was the first thing to head to Red Cross to become a DAT responder. And with that, it made me want to do more. Made me want to do more. We're working on ready to be being active more and then to get deployed out. So when we started going, they told us that we needed a group of, or a team of 2 or more. That's what it takes to go out into the field. So when I told my mom I was going to volunteer, my mom stepped up. So that was my team right there. The next thing you know, Aquila and Kurt Melinda hopped on board. And so when I got the email about this award, I was letting folks know, you know, this is a team. It's not just me, because it took my support team, it took my family in order for me to get pushed where I am today. So I just want to give a shout out to my mom, the team, my family, especially my Uncle Steve, because he's always believed that I could do whatever I wanted to do, and to the people, our people here in our tribe, because I know it's them that pushes us to want to do better, to get more resources brought in for our tribe. And thank you to Red Cross for having us, because it is an honor to be part of you guys. It is an honor to have you guys. So I just want to give you guys a big thank you for that. So Red Cross, we don't only help Antelope community, we don't only help Rosebud, Sioux tribe, we help everywhere. I think my first call that I very first got sent out to was to Winter. We're district-wide, so it's not just stationed here. So I know that there were times that we talked about, they asked me how far I was willing to go, if I wanted to go to Pine Ridge, if I wanted to go up here, wherever the fire was. And I think that's our biggest goal, is to travel out. So not only are we helping our people, but we're helping other tribes too. So that's our biggest goal right now, is to bring more. And if anybody wants to sign up for Red Cross, let us know. We know how to get you signed up. It's not easy. I mean, well, it is easy to be a volunteer. You just gotta make time for it to help our people. But thank you guys for having us. If you have any questions, Danny, Richard, all of us can answer anything. But thank you.
Anybody have something to
We want
say?
to give to Tennille right now. And she's kind of glowing too, you guys, because she's engaged right now.
Oh,
too.
my
So she has something extra, but we're honored to have you as part of this team and the award that you received, and there's only more.
Good morning, everybody, council administration, I'm Melinda. It is an honor for Tennille to get an award. You know, we come a long way. We started with just sheltering within our community years ago. You know, it came as volunteer, we opened up for our relatives out there. And it became something bigger. Like I said, with the Sunrise Complex fire, you know, it put a lot of families out, so we opened up. And that's when Red Cross couldn't establish a team right away. We reached out and dispatched volunteers. It took them 3 days to get somebody down here to help those fire victims from that complex. So that's when Tennille got on board and said, you know what, let's bring those services faster. Let's bring it faster here to our people. So we all talked, and that's when they mentioned, you know, you need to have a team. So she met with all of us, and we all said, okay, let's form this team then. Let's get it going. Let's bring those services to our people. Because as far as we knew, there was no one certified to do the dispatch calls around here. So we jumped on board. Okay, let's get this team formed and let's get going. So that's how we got established. Now we start getting out from the resources of Jamie and Richard on our sheltering. Oh wow, we got sheltering things. So right now, we're kind of looking forward on our search and rescue. We're going to try to get some more training on that. But we do have training on the sheltering, the mass sheltering, the feeding. You know, we got all those certifications on that. So we are able to get an AED machine. We're the first community to get an AED machine, and we are certified to use those machines in our community. So we do have an AED machine. We're able to save lives with that if we need to. We are certified, CPR certified, first responder certified. Like I said, right now we're working on our search and rescue. And more of our FEMA training, so we could get more FEMA money coming in using our volunteer hours, all our hours. So I submit a packet every time we open up for shelter, all the hours that are put in for the shelter, all our resources, I submit. Because the tribe could utilize our numbers to get more funding in by using our volunteer numbers. It goes on volunteer hours and stuff, but that's something we wanted to throw out there. I know a lot of people aren't aware of what's going on in our local community. We are doing great things over there. We are actually establishing a food pantry. We're helping with elderly nutrition right now with the outer boxes. We got that established. We got our paperwork done, so we're able to assist elderly boxes now, so we could get more resources out to our elders around our servicing area. Like I said, we're doing great things in Antelope community. This is our opportunity just to throw out there what we're doing in Antelope community. We're also bringing in resources as far as clothing. We have, you know, Bargain Bin down in North Platte. The ladies down there, they're doing great jobs down there, and whatever extra they have, they send to us. So we get probably about a load of clothing every week. So we set up clothing distribution. That's not only for Antelope community, that's open reservation wide. Whoever needs the resource. Like I said, we don't turn anybody away in Antelope community. We have an open door. Everybody's welcome to come over. So I just want to let everybody know, and I'm so proud of the team here. Quilla and Kurt, you know, we all have our little duties that we do for our sheltering. Like Quilla and Kurt is our security. Auntie does all our feeding. She does all the cooking for us. She knows the numbers, she knows the serving sizes and all that. Tennille, she does all the paperwork. She's the one that gets the activation calls. Let's get going. I'm just here in the background doing whatever I can to help. But like I said, I'm really proud of Tennille and the team here. They're doing an amazing job, and I'm just training right behind them to try and keep up with all of them. So thank you guys for allowing us time on the floor and allowing us time to try to let you know what we're doing as far as Antelope community. Thank you.
And if anybody wants to see any of their documentation, because that tells all, you should have documentation no matter what, not just the sign-in sheet, but documentation of all that you've provided. They have everything, you guys. They're on it. They have the documentation. So if they want to go out for a grant or to try and get a grant, they have all sorts of documentation to support that. So we tried to honor them earlier, but the meetings were getting postponed. We're here today. We're thankful we're all here for a new day. So thank you guys for coming, and thank you also Jamie and for coming. Thank you.
I just want to congratulate you, and I just want everybody to know that they do come to the president's office and they have helped with the recent fires. I'm really proud of what you've done for our people on our reservation, and I hope that what you're doing can expand to other communities, because it is a great thing and it's a service that's been needed. So I wanted to congratulate you and thank all of you for what you're doing.
Thank you guys.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you. Their honoring is
Working on a Red Cross shirt for you. She's right in there with us too.
Thank you
guys.
Thank you.
Good work. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Right, yeah.
Committee report? You have reports? I don't have one.
All my stuff done last week.
We're gonna start with the BIA today. If you want to start with Jolene?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
We'll start with Jolene.
Hi. Good morning, Council Administration.
Good morning.
Morning.
Jolene, One Star, the FPO for the Bureau of Trust Funds Administration for Rosebud Agency. And I emailed everybody. This is the second month I emailed the report to you guys. Did you receive it okay? Okay, good. Okay, starting out with the Rosebud Sioux Tribe General Account, we have $616,918.83. For the Tribal Land Enterprise Certificate Account,
they have $5,561,060.92. The Indian Land Consolidation Recoup account, that's now up to $10,001,852.25. You want to go over the Spottail one, Sherry?
Well, okay. So I had an elder, and former council rep ask us if we don't talk about the Black Hills money on air. So I don't know if you guys are okay with skipping over that, or if you want to go off air for, her to give us those numbers.
Good idea.
Okay.
We got it on the email. We got an email anyway, I mean, everybody has it, so
So just go over or skip it?
Yeah.
if you want to.
Or air, okay. Okay, in our whereabouts and non-accounts, we're sitting at $2,458. I was trying to run a report to see how much money is associated with those accounts, but I can't, haven't figured that out yet, but we're still sitting at 2,458 accounts for Rosebud members that we don't have updated accounts for. Is that 2,458 accounts? I'm trying to run the report to show how much money are in those accounts as a total, but I was still trying to figure that system out, but hopefully I'll have it for next time. That's all I have for today.
Sherry?
Thank you. I have two questions. Did all the slots for the Will Clinic fill up?
Yes, they filled up, but we had 3 no-shows, but we had 34 individuals come and get their wills done, so it was a success. Yeah.
And is there any information on the ILCA reimbursement?
The ILCA reimbursement,
Sherry, last week when I was up in council, I spoke with Greenhouse up there, and we were working with the solicitor, and there was some in that Dropbox, some of the information that didn't get over there from TLE, so they were requesting that.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. So do you know if TLE got that?
It's with the solicitor, yeah, they sent it out, Adelita sent it out, but it's still with the solicitor, so.
Okay. It seems like a lot of stuff gets held up with the solicitors. Maybe Trump's cut can go to them. Just kidding.
Now Lavendar is gonna follow up with that.
Okay.
yeah, it sounds like the report that TLE submitted to the solicitor was too big, so they had to piecemeal it over to her. But yeah, they're still working on that.
Okay.
Anyone have any questions?
What is the RST general fund?
The RST,
You mentioned.
the general fund is all the monies that are transferred from the T accounts, from leasing, lease assignments, it goes into the PL account.
And that's kind of a fluctuating.
Yes, it goes up and down,
basically,
yep.
how much, and what's the turnaround time on that?
The turnaround time, it depends on, I guess when council requests drawdowns, so it goes up, it fluctuates a lot. It goes up into the millions and then down, just depending on the drawdown requests, and those are normally over 2 million.
The treasurer generally handles
Yes.
that. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Is it higher when the leases come in?
Yes, yeah,
From March?
March, yep.
Any other questions for Jolene?
Motion to approve the report.
Any second, Totes, question? Emily, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
No voting?
0.
Motion carried.
Thank you, everyone.
Easy.
Thank you.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's here as soon as she's done.
It's my fault. Andy.
He's seated, Mark. Was it the house called this meeting?
This is hard copy? Okay. All right.
Morning, Council and Administration. I would like to call Diana Spottail. Here we want to honor her today for the work that she's done. I got a letter and certificate. Andy, you want to come on up?
Somebody call me. I don't think I have to go. Was that where you went? You got lost? There she is. Diana, could you come up here, please? Front and center. You're in so much trouble.
Yeah.
Like I said, we wanted to honor Diane for all the work that she's been doing with, not only with us, but with the Oglala tribe. I got a memo and a certificate for Diane. And
Just a backstory. I'm Andrea Long, by the way. Some of you are new to me, but I'm one of the self-determination officers at Rosebud agency here, but for over 2 years, I've been the acting self-determination officer for the region. And the Oglala Sioux tribe came in 2023 and they wanted us to do 638 overview over there for their tribe. Well, when we were doing our agenda, we came across reporting requirements. Part of the reporting requirement is a federal financial report. We don't do those. So I thought, who could I get to help us with this? And I thought, Diana. So then President Herman, I called him and I said, can she come and help be part of the team? And he said, well, if she wants to, he didn't have a problem with it. So I called her and she said she'd be willing to help. So she came over, she did her demonstration, gave the instructions. I think she was even helping them do some of theirs to fill them out so that they could become compliant with their contract. And the following year, they wanted another one, but focused more on just finances. So she came. And we got really positive feedback on the presentation that she did. So we want to thank her without just saying thank you. So we have a letter of appreciation, a certificate of appreciation, and a monetary award. And we brought cupcakes for everyone too. So. And then for me, I worked with Diana a long time. Her and I really collaborate good together. So I want to thank you too. And I appreciate everything that you do. Not even for this tribe, and then here you are going out helping other tribes too. So I think it goes to your integrity, your work ethic. I'm really happy for you, and I'm really thankful that you're here.
And I'll read the letter that we put together. Like Andy said, we appreciate all the hard work and the expertise that Diana has helping with not only Rosebud, but with Oglala Sioux tribe. And I'm sure she would assist the other tribes if they requested. Okay, so the letter that we put together, or Andy put together, dear Ms. Spottail, on behalf of your friends at the Bureau of Indian Affairs Rosebud Agency, we want to thank you for all your hard work and your contributions you made during the 2 self-determination training sessions with the Bureau of Indian Affairs held at the Oglala Sioux tribe. We know how much time and energy your job demands and deeply appreciate the efforts you make to make the sessions a great success, specifically the demonstration and completing the federal financial reports. The caliber of your work is exceptional, and it showcases the spirit of you as an individual. We could not have done this without you. Thank you. I baked that cupcakes all night. So.
Go ahead. Hand them out. Let them be breakfast. You don't want to Congratulations, Diana, for your work.
Oh, we should come shake your hand, Diana.
Yeah, stand here.
Stand there.
Stand.
Shake your hand.
Well, they pass out your cupcakes.
You can't handle it.
Nice, grab a cupcake when you're going through.
Yeah, might as well. How are you?
That one? Just like my sugar.
There's chocolate over there.
I'm getting anxious because I spiked my sugar.
Chris likes chocolate. I know you do.
What's that?
Okay.
How's the first grade?
Yes, I wish I could be like this.
I know. Lisa's just in line for the. He's like, yeah. He didn't like my mom joke.
No, last time I gave away a cake or something, it was really good.
I know, my mom's always like, and she'll get mad if I don't have napkins in her car.
Oh, should I leave the cake myself?
I should start throwing those in my purse. I saw you rubbing your hands.
Pretty fancy. Started with some beer.
I look like it was. Yeah.
Just put them by Lisa, she'll eat them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Take them out.
I wish I could bake like that.
Now on with your report.
Okay, now to the report, like we say every month, there's not much changes from the report. I'll just do the highlights on what's anything new. We sent the Zoom link to the regional office, and I'm hoping it's not too late for the Feed a Trust report. If they don't get on, I'll make sure they get on the next call. Yeah, because we just now sent them the link just a few minutes ago. But anyway,
Were we late on getting the link to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's fine.
How does it go? I don't know. You wanna call her, Ray?
Diane, I think Diana was supposed to give it to Feed a Trust. It might be like a little too late right now, but like I said, we can either do it at the end of the month and just have them do a quick report for you guys, or either next month we'll do better.
Next time if they need a link, the best thing to do is contact the
Oh, okay.
department to set it up. Which happens. DJ's pretty good.
Okay, with the agency operations, we're still under a hiring freeze with the exception of fire positions. We got 2 positions coming on board here shortly. Actually, one started this week, so we have the wildland firefighter, the GS5 position, and that position started on Monday. So we added another position to the fire program, which is great. We also made a selection for the wildland firefighter prevention program. So hopefully that position will be coming on here, or that person will be coming on within a month or so. They're still going through their background and their onboarding. So, any questions on the agency operations status? Social services, the allocation, like I said, this is the previous month. The allocation amount of $24.64 was forwarded from the fiscal year 25 remaining of 24 welfare assistance. I'm going to skip down to where There were 13 burial assistance applications taken and 8 were approved for the month of March. 2 were denied being over income and 2 were denied based on residency. And 1 was denied based on other resources available. There were no emergency assistance applications taken for the month of March. The agency continues to take applications until we get our take applications and approve applications, and once we get our the rest of our budget for the fiscal year, then we'll start paying, making those payments. As you can see, we did add the poverty. The poverty guidelines that was requested last time. And they go from 1 person to 7, from $15,650 down to $48,650 for the poverty guidelines to qualify for the burial assistance. Any questions on the social service portion or the burial assistance, burial program? As far as the facility management, there's really no change from last month. Right now, with facilities, we're still waiting for our funds to come in. So, we've been really having a tough time with the facility program as far as funds. So my program, the executive direction, has been assisting them with emergency needs as far as like purchasing, say, fuel oil, propane, stuff like that. Any questions, any other questions on facility management? Self-determination, the Bureau of Indian Affairs is accepting registrations for training related to the Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act. Below is the upcoming sessions made available to the tribes and tribal organizations only. On May 14th through the 15th, contract support costs. And if anyone wishes to register, you must enroll using the registration form found, and there's a link down there on the report. So if anybody's interested, I would highly recommend somebody from the tribe register for that training, that contract support cost. And if you have any questions, you can email them at bia.selfdetermination.training@bia.gov. As of April 1st, 2025, there are no word yet on whether the Tribal Climate Resiliency Project and funding will be unpaused. So the following contract will expire September 30th, 2025. 823 AV00, or the HIP, the housing program formerly known as HIP. Safety dams, operations, and maintenance. So I'm sure those programs will be working with our self-determination to do some recontracting proposals.
What's Thank you. Good morning. What's the timeline on that? Should we be doing something for that right now? Like, is it gonna abruptly end and then we have to scramble, or is there something that we should be doing for like a smooth transition?
For those 2 programs?
Yeah, what's the process, or do we just not know?
I got the expert.
We already sent out the reminder letters, and then we also identify all of the documents that are needed for the contract.
Okay.
But we would like to have them, they should come in by July 1st. Because then that allows us that 90 days to review them.
With all the dollars and everything for compliance, I just want to make sure that we're on top of it, even have the deadlines or anything like that.
Yeah.
And Ken brings those to economic development.
Okay, so Ken, thank you.
Any other questions on self-determination?
Ray, I don't have a question on self-determination, but I want to go back to facilities.
Okay.
A couple of things. First of all, again, I want to remind you that we're in dire straits with the PD department. That needs to be straightened out. And then, has anybody been working with you on those 2 double whites at the jail?
Haven't heard anything since,
Because I think that the director out there might be trying to find out what it's gonna cost to move those, and then she's gonna go ahead and move them, but we don't know where to move them to. I mean, we got 5 homes that are ready to be put on foundations, and we have to put them there.
I know she called, the regional office directly to get some guidance from Tiffany, the regional facility program. And it sounds like from what, the director out there, they have a plan to get them moved.
Yeah, they have a plan, they're gonna move them, but they're gonna charge you, so.
Yep.
So, okay. All right, just checking then.
Okay, yeah, well, I talked to Melissa and we've been talking.
Okay, thank
What
you.
did, Officer Ironheart say about taking that west wing on?
I haven't heard from him yet.
Okay. So on March 27th, you don't get a response from him. That's the west wing.
East.
Or usually
Yeah.
east wing.
Yeah, like I said last time too, you know, once he makes that decision, then, we gotta let the union know, so it'll be like a 30-day window, just to let them know. And we're moving some of their employees to a different location in the city.
Sherry, thank you. I know it was pretty recent, so I don't know if you have any updates on all the questions that I had at our last meeting, regarding facilities. Or are you planning to put those in your next report?
Yeah, I'll put my next report on, I want our facility manager to address those questions too.
Okay. All right, all of the issues that I brought up, from the leases to, okay.
Yeah. She's dealing with some medical issues.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions on facilities? On fire? For the month of March, they had 13 fires to report for the month of March. And like I said before, we made selections on 2 positions. One came on board already, and we're waiting for another one to get to the start date. And nationally, we are at a planning level 1. Locally, planning level 1 for national resource allocation. Fire currently has 11 vacant positions, minus the 2 that I just spoke about. Any questions on fire?
Morning, Ray. Thanks for coming. With the fire part of it, I do go up to diabetes and work out, and I'm glad that you have people able to go up there and do their physical wellness up there. So I did ask them if, not specifically them, but so we used to have a plan of all the communities that have the movie line, is what we called it. Do you have a map of that and a plan of all of them? Because I know, like in Two Strike, we have that area around there that's big enough, I think. So, but I was just kind of curious if every community had that.
Yep, they do. I mean, I know they call them fire trails, but really they're field breaks.
Yeah.
And we got our GIS person creating that map now. And once he gets that finished, and I'll get it out to everybody.
Okay, yeah, because I was kind of curious about that. I know we're still in a dry month and everything to that effect. We still have that fire ban, I believe. So, but I just want to make sure that each community is able to have some kind of fire plan before it gets really too bad. I think this week's going to be 90, I think, something like that. So, but I like to see that plan so we have an idea with all communities. So that way it'll help our EPP people or anybody that has that concern about it. So anyway, that was just my concern.
Sure. And just to let you guys know too, that we did get approved for the long-term severity request, so we have another, if we start getting busy, we have another code to bring other resources in to assist during fires.
Thank you.
Emily, and then Sherry.
Thank you. I just have a quick question. You talked about those 11 vacant positions, and they've been vacant for a while. So I guess I'm just worried, is there a potential for them to get that money taken back, that we're not using it? Is there other ways that we can show that there's a need, maybe not specifically for those positions, but in fire in general? Or I'm just trying to think of how can we show that there is a need, just maybe not exactly for that position?
I know they get funded for that every year. unless they, you know.
So is it that
yeah.
Jeff are getting taken back? So I know some of these other
No.
pots of funding that have vacant positions, those are the first ones that they're gonna take back, the unfilled?
No, fire's exempt from all of that too,
Okay.
so because of the emergency status that we have, you know, we can't cut any fire positions just because of the nature of
So if-
lives and property.
So I know we talked last time about potentially sending that letter in about our intent. So if we were, would that come along?
Yeah,
If we
yeah,
were to
yeah.
638, would that free up those fundings to meet broader needs than what's on the current
Well, that
contract?
funding would come down to the tribe.
So we would have more flexibility that way?
Yeah.
Thank you.
You
Sharon?
know, I think I mentioned this before, the issue with, I'm not sure, they need to apply for these positions, but the USA Jobs is so time consuming and cumbersome at times, and I think people get frustrated when they try to apply for these positions, but that's just the process that we have to go with, and like you said, it'd be contract, I think that would alleviate a lot of those headaches.
Sherry, thank you. This wasn't part of my question, but I just want to throw it out
Okay.
there as a advice or whatever, a suggestion. Maybe you guys should host a job fair and like request like somewhere the tribal council chambers or the annex building and partner with some of the tribal programs, hosting the job fair and have some laptops available and people on standby to help people apply for that.
Okay.
Because I know that USA Jobs is tough to navigate. And then we do have other tribal programs like our law enforcement who have a really difficult time recruiting and stuff, so I think that would be good.
Okay, yeah, sure. I can have our.
Get more awarding officials too, because I heard they reduced the requirements for them.
Yeah.
So for levels 1 and 2, so they'll be a little bit more easier to become a awarding official.
I think
That's really needed to be made.
Yeah, I think we got one that submitted an application, so hopefully that will wait. Yeah, one more here at Rosebud.
My question had to do with, I didn't know where to ask in your report, so I'm just gonna ask now. I have a lot of people who are interested in businesses, but there's some BIA regulation regarding like an environmental study that costs $10,000. Could you explain that to me and explain and let me know, is that something that falls on the tribal member or is that something BIA does?
It falls on the tribal member in the business that they're trying to propose, I guess, and that's part of the requirement for the business lease with the realty program. I'm not an expert in that, but I could probably get you a better answer to our realty program. Maybe I'll just have them email you directly the whys on why they have to do that.
What it is, and who sets the regulations and how we can change that, because.
I think it's in the CFR too.
Okay. Yeah, send me all the information on that and what we need to do, because if we really want to inspire entrepreneurs here, we can't be expecting them to pay $10,000 feasibility studies.
Sure, can I make a comment?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Okay, I just wanted to make a quick comment. So that's got brought up quite a bit with the land leases, especially at TLE. And so one of the things that we're potentially trying to look at, and I don't know, Ray, you'll have to tell me if it's even an option or not, is getting them pre-surveyed so that they're pre-cleared. If we were able to do that under our own processes, a TIPO or something like that, would that then provide that clearance from the EA standpoint, or is this something above and beyond like a typical clearance or something like that?
From my understanding, it needs to be a full-blown EA done on that piece of property that they're proposing their business site.
So is there opportunity to get it pre-cleared of EA? Like if we contracted BIA or requested BIA to do that for us, could we identify certain areas that meet maybe our business site lease ordinance or something like that and get them somewhat of a pre-clear, or at least tell us this area is not going to be cleared or something like that? Because I agree that this should not be a hindrance, but I also know why that's in place, and I don't want to waive some of our educational points that we might have to stand on with this administration when we're talking about mining and, some of these other things, it gets kind of tricky on what we want to waive and when. But for our own tribal members, I'm just wondering if there's any way that we can alleviate some of that or clear it on our end for something like that.
Okay. I'll look into that too.
Thank you. Go ahead, Sherry.
Thank you. With that, is there any funds available for zoning, as far as like the land that the Bureau holds in trust? Is there, funds that you could request to zone certain areas as business zone?
Yeah, we could always request to the regional office, like I said, that carry over. You can submit those any time of the year, the sooner the better is my suggestion. And, make sure you have the resolution, the budget, all of that entails that contract.
Okay, so that's something we would have to do and request of you guys. It's not something you guys would just do on your own for us.
Yeah, correct. For that carryover funding, but
Oh,
maybe
okay, to source that funding.
Yeah, maybe
If there's no
maybe we can
specific
ask.
funding.
I'll ask.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Just,
Too much candy on this cupcake. Probate.
Trying to shut us up.
Trying to make it go fast. Probate is currently researching 22 cases that were closed and have been identified with trust assets in our income with the Great Plains summary report that's sent out every Monday. So, like I said before, probate is a one-person shop right now. That person has been working hard on trying to get some of these cases through, but it's just tough for her for how many cases that she has, the workload and the backlogs. So she's plugging along. She's doing the best she can right now. Range, staff completed inspections on 14 range units. Also completed 21 pasturing authorizations and 21 management plans. Staff completed 30 home site maps, 10 maps IHIP, completed 4 business site maps, completed 1 fence line survey and 2 home site surveys. Received calls concerning the cemetery fence lines and another call concerning dog issues on range unit 116. Staff mailed reminders to permittees for completing their management plans and their pasture authorization. Staff completed department inventory for 2025. It's due every year. Meetings, of course, every 2 week land and natural and then Great Plains regional meetings with staff. Any questions on the range program? Royalty agency received in his research and request from PLE and Chichango or Solo on various tracts of lands. Staff continues to match money in the lockbox to proceed with landowners as needed, or to be processed with landowners as needed. Staff prepared and sent in lease contracts and contracts for completion and approval. The leasing department continues to generate conservation stipulations to prepare lease contracts to be mailed out for signatures and bonds. Answering a lot of calls from leasees and leasers. Continue working with the FSA office out of the 4 counties with stocking rates and verification of leases for operators and the program they administer. Acquisitions and disposal sections, A&D received 2 new applications to sell to the Rosebud Sioux tribe through the TLE from 2 landowners totaling 6 tract interest. Pre-sale, transactions were completed for a total of 16 track interest in the amount of $6,328. Research and responded to numerous verbal, personal, and or written requests for individuals for information regarding the land acquired, such as value and equivalent acres to assist in their decisions to sell. Assist the leasing department by approving and scanning various residential business lease contracts. And like, there's not much changes from the lease, our fee to trust. Any questions on real?
Chris, that's one?
Yeah, actually, not on realty specifically, going back, I was informed that USA Jobs doesn't have any of these job applications or any of these titles available for the fire department yet.
Yeah, HR all has them right now and they're working on advertising them.
Okay, so they're not available yet?
Yeah.
Okay.
I know they've been, re-advertise, and once they do it so many times, then we'll have to resubmit the whole packet again, and then it goes through that whole approval process again. Any other questions? If not, thank you. That's the end of my report.
Please report. Almost. Motion by Toad, second by Sherry, question by Todd. Or do you have a question? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Opposed?
2.
Motion approved.
Thank you, Ray. Good to hear from you, brother.
Is that right? Yep, thank you. Thank you.
I'm saying this, you ever hear from Rita?
My brother would see her every now and then. So,
I guess I should
being
reach out to her.
a very good friend
There's some more over here.
Mike,
How are you?
kind of.
Yeah, it's been a while. Pretty not me, I'm a cool. Overstop.
We finally got to hear people.
I went to look for the thing today and the stroke showed me. So I
Good idea before she gets it.
today. All right, yeah. The Indian Health Service, Nicole called and she has a death in her family and so she's out of state. So we can't do the Indian Health Service report today. And with that, I'm gonna take us into executive session to discuss the topics I told you about when the meeting first started.
Emily, whenever we come out, if you'd like, I can give a brief report on the meeting that the health board did have with IHS. If Emily was interested.
Authority. And I asked them to come not just regarding the transmission line that's being proposed, but also just for some council information, so you could ask them any questions that you may have about the proposed line and projects that we have and how it impacts us as a tribe and as a part of Shockaway Power Authority. This is Caroline. We also have John here today and Lyle. I don't know if you guys want to introduce yourself, and we have a few other members too. You guys want to come up and introduce yourself real quick?
Yeah, he said he's just being holding to you. Yeah.
I'm Petawa State. My name is Lyle Jack. I'm from the Oglala Sioux Tribe. I'm chairman of the Power Authority Board of Directors. We're consisted of 7 tribes: the Oglala, Rosebud, Hunkpapa North, 48, Crow Creek, Cheyenne River, and Yankee tribes, and Flandreau are all members of the Power Authority, and each have a board of director meeting. So nice to meet you. Honored to be able to address you guys. Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. I am Ryan Canoyer Sr. I am a council rep for Yankton, and I'm one of the new board members here on the OSP board. So I came along with the rest of the group today to kind of see your guys' concerns, if they may be out this way, and to kind of learn a little bit more about the project here myself. Thank you.
Anyone else just mention Solar for All?
Oh yeah, I also on the steering committee for the Solar for All coalition. That not sure if I think you guys are on that as well. So.
Thank you.
Madam President, members of the Tribal Council, my name is John Canis. I'm General Counsel of the Ochate-Shokoye Power Authority. My background is I'm a Washington-based regulatory lawyer for many years and working with the OSBA since its inception in 2015. So pleasure to meet you all, and we're ready to answer any kind of questions you might have. So thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Caroline Herron, and I'm project director with the Power Authority. Also been working with the organization since its inception, actually even before that, helping form it. And I'm probably the main liaison with our developers, whether they're on the wind energy side, the solar, or the transmission side. So I tend to be on the more technical side and working with the federal agencies.
Oh, and I wanted to also acknowledge Ron Neese, who's here in the room. He's one of our elder council members for the Power Authority.
Hi, guys.
Go ahead and shoot.
Hello again. I'll give you guys a background on the Power Authority, how we came to be and how we got started and what our purposes are and our mission. Back in 2012, maybe before that, I think in 2008 or something like that, we formed a little group called WETU. It was called Wind Energy Tribes United, and it consisted of Ken Hawkins, Dave Archambault Jr., myself, Ryman LeBeau, Tracy Fisher. Anyway, a bunch of us from other tribes got together and made an informal group. And what our object was to discuss all the barriers that each tribe was running into. Because we were all facing mostly the same barrier, trying to get our wind farms going. So we came together to share some ideas on how we can get together and try to see if we could work something out that would help all the tribes. And it was kind of impromptu, but that's how we got started. Later on in 2012, when we met with John and Caroline, I've known John and Caroline for quite a while because we do pro bono work for the Oglala Sioux Tribe in regards to telecommunications. Anyway, we met with some of the industry experts, and we got the top developers and power buyers in the United States. And what they told us is if you want to get our attention and if you want us to come to the table, you need to think big. You need to be bigger wind farms, he said, because if you got little small ones that we're not interested in, we'd like to see what kind. So we decided maybe we could get all the tribes together and put our resources together and think big and start building bigger wind farms on each reservation and then combine them, and that should bring more investors and the buyers and the developers to the table. So that's how we formed the Power Authority. We did it in DC for all the tribes. And we are a Section 17 corporation that was approved by each of the member tribes, the charter, as well as the Interior Department. So we're a federal corporation. And when we put the board together, we put the bylaws together, we said no matter how big the tribe is or how small it is, each tribe will have one board member with one vote. So we all have equal representation. But we also said the tribes that can build their own size wind farms, but they'll get the revenue solely from their own, what they develop and what they produce. So the more you produce, the more you get back, the less, and there's a couple reservations such as Yankton and Flandreau where, they just don't have the land base to build a huge wind farm. So we're looking at solar farms for them two tribes that doesn't take as much land and they can still produce for revenue. So that's where we are. But we do have one problem. It doesn't matter how many of us are experts or who your developers are or whatnot. You're not going to build a wind farm on any of our tribal lands because we don't have the transmission for it. All we have is a 115 kV line that runs through all our reservations, and it's just not enough power. Give you an example, we were on queue in 2017 to build Cheyenne River and Oglala. And we put down a $3 million deposit to do the transmission study from SPP, which is the Southwest Power Pool, who actually oversee the transmission lines and regulate it. And when they came back, it took them 2 years to do the study, the capacity study. And when they came back to us, they said that you don't have capacity on your transmission lines. You're going to have to build them up. And it's a cost you around $250 million to do so. And that just put a price tag on these wind farms that we were trying to develop where they became unviable because the cost was so much that outweighed the revenue sources that would be made. So that's where we're all stuck right now. So we've been focused on transmission for the past 3 years now. And we're trying to get, and we think the government should pay for it, not us. The tribe shouldn't be building infrastructure for the U.S. government. That's a treaty responsibility and that's a government responsibility. So what we did is we proposed a couple projects and maps how to get these transmission lines down. And right now we're working with Lisa Murkowski on the Senate Affairs Committee. We've done testimony and comments, and we're trying to get them to redirect some funding that's for tribes that never gets used, such as the loan program, which is $22 billion that Biden administration set aside for tribes. But it's been around since 2006 or 2005. It was $3 billion at the time when it was first started. But to date, only one tribe has made a loan off that program. It was the California tribe, a rich tribe, who could have went to any bank anywhere and got the loan, but they chose to go through the loan program. So, but like us, we're tribes that don't have that kind of money or revenue put in. So it doesn't help us one bit. So we've asked Congress to look at it and see if they could redirect some of that funding into a grant program, specifically for transmission lines to help tribes with their economic development projects. Because without transmission lines, economic development can't happen. We just don't have the power generated to come into the reservation. So that's just a little background of what I'm saying. But I have John and Caroline here who are the more technical people who are dealing with it every day I work with them every day, but they're the ones who are in DC trying to get the ball rolling. So I'll let John take over from there.
So, Caroline, can you go back to slide 7? And Lyle covered pretty much everything about the structure of OSPA. There are just a couple of things I want to emphasize. And by the way, we've got the slide presentation, but we'd like to do this as much of a conversational back and forth as much as possible. So if you have any questions during the course of what we're talking about, please feel free to ask them at that time. And then, of course, we have the discussion when we're done. But as Lyle said, OSPA formed in 2015 as a Section 17 corporation, 100% owned by the 7 member tribes. There's no other equity owners, and all the tribes have an equal membership ownership in the company. As Lyle said, when we finally start getting these projects up and running and start to make money, we have a formula that's in the charter, and our charter is published on our website. It's available to everyone. We took about 2 years to negotiate the terms of the charter among the member tribes. And then, of course, it was certified by the Department of the Interior in 2015. OSPA is a pass-through corporation. So we're a nonprofit. When we do start making money, we'll keep enough for OSPA to cover expenses. Everything else gets distributed to the tribal members according to the formula that's in our charter. And as Lyle said, the formula is you take out from what your profits are in accordance to what the tribe contributed to make that money. And it calls for it. The tribes can't agree on that distribution. And I think we will. Literally, every board decision since 2015 has been unanimous. So we have an incredibly cohesive board, more than half of which has been working together since 2015. But if there are any disputes on how money gets allocated, we refer it to an outside consultant who would put a number on who contributed most and who caused that money to come in, and then the money gets distributed that way. But anyhow, there were just a couple of details that I wanted to cover. And then, John, could you go a couple more slides? Nope, here we go. This is the most important slide in the whole deck, and this really explains everything that we're talking about today and the current status of OSPA. What we found, we started in 2017 developing our first 2 utility-scale wind farms on the Cheyenne River and the Pine Ridge reservations. And it took a while, but we did just great. I had a partnership. We interviewed every other developer in the industry. We finally partnered with one, Apex Clean Energy, one of the biggest wind farm developers in the country. And we partnered with them because they were willing to do an equal partnership with us. Almost everybody you talk to said, well, here's the way we build wind farms. We finance it. We put up the money. And if we put up the money, of course, we own everything. And if we own everything, we make all the decisions. So the tribes are going to treat you as passive landowners, and we'll pay you rent. Maybe we'll pay you a little royalty. And of course, the board would not accept that. So it took us 2 years when pretty much everybody in the industry and came to an agreement with an experienced developer that really respected us as equal co-development partners. So that was great. We had to raise about $20 million in development fees, costs. And development is basically everything you have to do to prepare for when you're going to start construction on a wind farm. So cultural surveys, wildlife surveys, engineering, all that kind of stuff. NEPA compliance, working with the PIPOs and the TAROs of the different tribes. We had all of that well in progress. We had all our financing lined up. Apple, the computer guys, were guaranteed a loan for us. So it was a really great team, and we were making great progress on our first 2 wind farms. But then in 2022, we found out what it was going to cost us to connect our wind farms to the national power grid. Now that process is really determined by the Southwest Power Pool, big regional planning entity, and they work through WAPA and Basin Electric, which are the big utilities that own the transmission facilities on our tribe. And they completed their study and said, well, we just figured out it's going to cost you $230 million just to connect your wind farms to the national power grid. $250 million. Now, to put that in context, the building of all the costs associated with our 2 wind farms, development, construction, was about $1.3 billion. So they were going to cost us almost 25%, an additional 25%, just to get access to the national power grid. So basically, that killed our projects. Everything's on hold because it made our project, by increasing the capital cost by 25%, that put everything on hold. It made our projects economically inviable. So in 2022, we said, okay, transmission is the issue. That is now what we have to overcome before we can go back to completing our wind farms. And this explains what it is. The red lines on that map are extra high voltage transmission. That's 325 kilovolts or more. And basically, that is what you need for any big industrial application, whether it's commercial, utility scale wind farms, solar farms, data centers, anything like that, big advanced manufacturing projects. You have to have access to that kind of high capacity transmission. And look at that map. It's all over North Dakota. It's all over South Dakota, east of the river. It's some of it in south to Nebraska. But all of western South Dakota, where most of our tribes are, is an EHV transmission desert. There's nothing there. And if you don't have that transmission, you can't build anything. And we only found this out in 2022. Right? But since then, we started working, really focusing on how do we fix this transmission problem. We reached out to WAPA, and they turned out to be a really good partner talking to us. We reached out to Basin Electric. And previously, we didn't really have a good relationship with Basin. They actually, we had a pretty bad relationship with them. But when they found out what this was, and how much it was going to cost to provide this transmission, they said, let's partner, and maybe the 3 of us together can help, can find a way to finance this kind of transmission. And then just last year, we reached out to the Southwest Power Pool and brought them in, and they said, we're willing to work with you as well. So it was our initiative saying, we have to get this team together, and together we have the best chance of finding the financing that can build this kind of transmission. This is the TRIBES project. And TRIBES is an acronym. It's long. I never can remember what it stands for.
Transmission and Renewables Interstate Bulk Electric System.
No, thank you. Right? The TRIBES project. And this is what it is. It's transmission that runs from Standing Rock, from Cheyenne River, Pine Ridge, through Rosebud, over to Yankton. All 345 kV. The first time 345 kV is going to be introduced to these tribal lands. About 70% of that is being built across existing rights of way. And for the Rosebud Sioux tribe, 100% of that transmission line is going to be built on existing rights of way. And the way this is going to work is we're not taking down the local distribution networks or the existing transmission network. We're going to keep that 115 kV system, but we're going to build, we're going to expand the rights of way to 150 feet. Current rights of way are about 70 to 100 feet. We have to expand them to 150 feet. And we're going to be putting on monopole towers to carry the 345. So it will be 345 added to the existing 115. So it's a net increase of that. And we'll have more slides to talk specifically about what these poles look like, what the transmission route looks like. But that is the answer to the transmission desert. And can I see one more slide? That was it. Okay, in that case, I'm ready to pass it off to Caroline.
It's done. And just on this last slide here, so the total project is going to cost anywhere from about $2.5 to $3 billion. And who knows with the tariff chaos that's happening right now with this administration, exactly where it's going to land, but that's the target that we think we need to reach. We are now actively working, as both Lyle and John mentioned, with WAPA, with Basin Electric, with Southwest Power Pool, trying to find that funding, because we don't want the electricity rates to go up for the businesses, the consumers here in this region. So we're trying to get federal funding to help finance it. We're looking at 3 different programs. Last year, we applied for what's called a Grid Resilience and Innovative Partnership grant. We got close, but unfortunately, we didn't get it. But we've got the same team together that's going to apply for it. You can get as much as $1 billion from that grant program. We're also looking at, as Lyle had mentioned, repurposing the Tribal Energy Loan Guarantee Program. That would take working with Congress to have that done, but that is up to $20 billion that could potentially be available. And we've got a coalition of tribes, both CALT and the Great Plains Tribal Chairmen's Association has signed on to an initiative to repurpose it. And individual tribes have been working on that as well. So we're building up a pretty strong coalition. This money's been sitting here. It's not doing Indian country any good. We need to get it to work now. And then the third thing is there's some federal financing programs that are available if a project is built in a national interest electric transmission corridor. And I think that that's part of why we're here today, because I think there's been some discussion about the Tribal Energy Access Corridor and what does that mean? Is it located in the right area, et cetera? So we are going to address that specifically as well today. But there are a couple of large financing programs that are available if you build in that corridor. We're still in the proposal stage for this project, and we'll talk a little bit more about timeline. Once we get the funding secured, it's still going to take 6 to 8 years before the transmission is actually built. You've got to go through the engineering design phase. You've got to do all the NEPA studies that we talked about. There's going to be a lot of working with the tribes on what's the appropriate place to be siting when you're on reservation, as well as there's going to be, discussions about field studies off reservation as well. And then construction itself, because we're talking over 800 miles of transmission, the construction timeline itself is 2 or 3 years to get through that process. So that's what we're looking at. We're also, it was built into our grant before, but it'll be built into our work no matter how we get our funding, that we would be coordinating early with the TECRO and TAROs to make sure that they're in compliance, any contractor that's working with all the rules and the fees tied to the TAROs and TECROs, as well as we're trying to find ways and funding so that we can do early training so that folks would be ready for some of the more skilled jobs by the time the construction comes along. So in some ways, I know we all would love to get wind farms up and out right away. And so I'm sure this is sort of unexpected how long the timeline might be, but it also gives us time to prepare. And hopefully have the best outcomes for the tribal members as well as far as jobs and business opportunities. Whoops, sorry, I went a little too fast. there. So one of the things that I did want to clear up, we did hear about the last council meeting and the comments that the TIPO had provided on the project. And one of the things that we really want to make clear, the Tribes project is not the Nebraska Public Power District's R project. That R project is being done in the very lower southeast corner of Nebraska. As you can see, our project, we are staying above the line in South Dakota. We're actually going down into Wyoming. An earlier version of the project, we had considered going down to Nebraska, but we were hearing enough about the controversy with the R project. And there's also, from WAPA and others, we have heard that MPPD is very hard to work with. So we decided this didn't make sense for us or for the tribes. And so this is the new route that we are working with WAPA and Basin. It also helps broaden it because going a little further east means now that we can provide some relief in the grid over near Yankton. So it'll support projects on Yankton as well as on Crow Creek. And the other new thing that we're doing, before we weren't touching Standing Rock as well, but there's been some new projects that are getting developed. There's something called the North Plains Connector that's going to go from North Dakota to Montana. And it's the end point of that sits right above Standing Rock. And so we're going to actually interconnect our Large Tribes project with that new facility that's going up, and it'll now allow Standing Rock to develop new wind. It'll allow Cheyenne River to do more solar and wind as well. So it ended up being a good opportunity for everyone, and it'll let the power that's here in the Dakotas actually get shipped out west, and so it'll start providing power to folks in the mountain states and all the way to Oregon and Washington where the lines terminate. It's not, I'm advancing the slides, but it's not showing up on the screen. For the technical folks,
Is everybody back there?
No, just now left too. You just now left.
Wow, it looks like the Zoom connection. I apologize. Had a little technical difficulty. Less Zoom.
So we can just go manual and refer to the slide number.
Have the extra one? Yep. And we have more.
So why is the island still unpopular?
I'm sorry?
Why is that R line so unpopular? What's the problem with it down in Nebraska?
It's a combination of sandhills, the American berry beetle, which is on the endangered list.
Water, the Oklahoma.
Yeah. So that's the combination of everything that's causing it to be delayed. And that project was originally approved by Southwest Power Pool to get built back in 2012. And they had to go through the NEPA process. They issued an environmental impacts study, and that got litigated in the courts. And so then they just published a new one last year, and that's still going through the approval process. But at this point, we think there's been so much opposition, it'll probably never get built.
Yeah. What I don't understand is how does the transmission lines impact our groundwater?
So my understanding, so the foundations, the telephone poles, it's actually on the very last slide, jumping ahead.
Okay.
The very last slide, what we're going to be doing is the monopoles. And so for just a single pole, and for these, you've got a foundation that's anywhere from 8 to 12 feet wide. And we haven't done final design, so I'm giving you averages at this point. They're about 8 to 12 feet wide, reinforced concrete, and then 25 to 30 feet deep. So I guess there could be impact if it's, depending on where the water table is. But in general, concrete isn't porous, so it shouldn't actually impact the aquifer in general.
Just to add to what Caroline was saying, there's a couple of things, because one of the things that we saw where people were saying, well, you're going to erect these giant metal towers, and we're really not. And that's why on the last page of your slides, we show what a big lattice tower is, a steel lattice tower. And that's used for super high capacity, very long distance transmission. And we're not going to be using that. So the monopoles that we will be using, here's a picture of that. And they kind of look like the monopoles you see for large street lights, telecommunications towers, things like that. Also, when you think about where this is going to go, we're not replacing any of the local distribution network here. So everywhere you see a wooden, a single wooden pole with lines on it, that is your local electric distribution. We're going to be building this along the existing transmission facility for high capacity lines. So when we were driving across Route 18 yesterday, there are some areas where you can see these larger wooden structures, they're called pylons, and they look like big H's. And they have two big poles. Those are the routes where we're going to be building these additional monopoles. So think about that in terms of siting impact. Wherever you see those big pylons, that's where you're going to see the additions for our proposed transmission lines, but nowhere else. Finally, Faith Spottail is a member of our, from the Yankee Sioux tribe, is a member of our elder council. She has been looking at water issues for a long time, and her organization has a hydrologist on staff. So we've sent them the copies of our plans and our proposed routes, and they'll be reviewing it and taking a look at it. So we're not going to say we're hydrologist specialists at all, but we have handed those over to folks who are. So hopefully they'll be able to give you a more definitive response on that.
And I want to bring this up right now, that seems to be the number one obstacle that we're fighting. I mean, this project's been around for a long time, and it's gained a lot of support. And I realize that something like this is necessary. It's going to happen as we do right now. But we just need to address the concerns of our THPO and our people who really don't understand. You know, right now we're saying, no, we don't have that. We have to do some education.
That was going to be my question. What is your working relationship with our TIPO office? Is our TIPO office aware? Are they involved, and have you gotten their input?
We haven't, because we're actually not at that stage yet.
Okay.
This is a conceptual diagram. Again, we wanted to use existing rights of way, thinking that that would be best for communities and whatnot. We have applied for a grant this year that will give us money to engage with the TIPOs to do cultural field surveys, to hire an engineering firm to do a real right-of-way study that takes into effect the geography and the soil conditions, the community feedback, the tribal feedback, and we also have funding to do public engagement meetings, so we can be out there in the communities and providing information, collecting that feedback. So we're hoping to hear within the next month if we've gotten the grant, and if we have, then you'll see us on the ground starting to engage with TIPO, starting to engage with the communities, because you're going to be part of the siting, and it's not just being done to you, you're going to be part of our process.
Yeah. So that going to include the EAS?
I'm sorry, say that.
It's environmental study?
Well, I don't know that we're going to be doing an EIS. We're hoping we can do an environmental assessment, and part of that is just based on the NHTSA program, and I can talk a little bit about that.
Yeah.
But it's going to go through the full NEPA review.
Yeah, and then I'm sure their concern's going to be the rights of way on the lands, and the lands that are tribally owned, the lands that are allotted lands that are owned by our tribal membership, and of course some of our lands are owned by non-tribal. So I know all that would come up. Ben has a question.
I know, I just was wondering if we can bring Tipu down here. They had questions on the March meeting. There were some concerns about that, about.
They are currently, they must not have been aware of this because they're currently at a meeting in North Dakota. I think it's North Dakota. They're not here right now. We can call and see if there's anyone up there. I know Iona and Ben are both there.
Okay, yeah, that's what the email that was sent out, requested by the council regarding this information and stuff. He did send it to us. So we are getting some concerns about what he sent out because again, their survey of the southern part of what's proposed, they're opposed to it. So again, with our program, our own tribal funded program is opposed to something, we do need to look into it to make sure so that we have a better idea and understanding. So in case it's not harming our natural resources or anything to that effect. So, but I do understand that you are looking to get funding to maybe go in that direction. But I would like them to at least be here so we can at least have some understanding of what they found out on their side. I mean, because again, this is new to us. It's great. Sounds like a great idea and stuff. I'm concerned that the energy is going to the west, not to us. So why would we have something come through our land and not be beneficial to us? So those are some concerns. And again, there's going to be quite a bit of people that are watching, that are listening, that are going to be having the same kind of concerns. So just to bring it up right now, so you guys are aware of it. But if they're not here, then
She's gonna call and see who's up there.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, one thing too.
Emily and then Bob. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
One thing, the reason why it's going west and east is these are huge commercial wind farms. What our tribes don't have is the revenue or the funding to build their own community generation projects. So when the board got together, it was to use these projects to generate that revenue to come in where you can start building your own off the grid residential area projects using this money as seed money as well as matching grants. And we're capable of also doing that work. We're actually going to do a few microgrid projects or a couple of casinos and some housing projects on different reservations. We put in for grants for that, and we have a developer to help us do that. Okay. But our tribes do not have the revenue to get it off the ground. So what we said is the revenue goes back to the tribe. These projects, as well as through the Infrastructure Reduction Act, which does direct pay now. And that means that tribes can actually own the projects now because in the past you had to be a tax. If you were tax exempt, you couldn't use those tax credits. But right now with the IRA, I know that's a dirty word, but in this case it's infrastructure reduction. The government will pay those tax credits directly to the tribes. And the tribes utilize that to pay for the project, which means the ownership goes back to the tribes. So they'll have control and they'll manage it, watch it, or we could do it for them if they choose, but that's the whole offer.
So basically, we're just gonna utilize this area to say, you can put this here, and we'll just get the money for it, and then so we can build our own stuff.
And off your wind farm as well.
Yeah, okay, so I'm just making that
connection
that we're building this so we can get the money off of it.
And back to the rights of way with the lottees of the tribal land and the fee, compensation will be paid for those rights of ways as well. So there'll be money that compensates the landowners as well. So
okay, yeah, I was just concerned about that because again, the health and well-being of our people, especially future generations, we do need to make sure that that's what we're looking at because we're not going to be here forever. And this everything that stays here is going to be here forever.
Like John said in the past, the developers and the owners, they would take ownership, pay you a royalty fee, and such as royalty fee and taxes on it will go to the tribe. But now with the direct pay and everything, we become the owners, or the tribes become the owners, and they get the revenues, investors or whatever, out of ownership.
And to follow up on what Lyle's saying, and also Madam President mentioning the rights of way, we mentioned before the existing rights of way are going to have to be expanded because it's to 150 feet. Those negotiations are going to be done by each affected tribe. OSBA is not standing between you and the developers. So the tribes will be negotiating those deals themselves.
Okay. I know that's fair. Thank you.
Okay, I have Emily, Bob, and Ron.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Emily. If you're looking to sit down, I have a few questions. But I wanted to start, I think our questions kind of came before you guys were not finished with the presentation. So did you need to finish first before we got into this, or you kind of towards the end where we can jump in?
No, we're kind of towards the end. I think the only point that I would like to make, with this siting again. We're trying to get the grant funding so that we can start that process early and work with everyone. And while we are saying utilize existing rights of way, if there is a reason why it doesn't make sense in some portion of Rosebud to do that, then we can talk about moving it to a different location. I mean, we can't move it 100 miles off the reservation entirely, but we should, it wouldn't benefit your wind farm if that's what you wanted to do. But this is conceptual. We're going to work with you, and we want to find a solution that works for everybody, the right siting.
And so, that wasn't my question. Sorry if I could ask my questions. I have a few. So the first one is, let me see, how do I say this? Because I think we already kind of touched on it. But the first one is just about the existing rights of way. Every tribe is going to have their own situation of rights of way. Ours here on Rosebud is a little bit up in the air, right? We're doing some things to fix that, but it's not where it needs to be. So knowing that, are we going to be having to perfect those rights of way in the meantime as we're expanding, knowing that some of ours are either outdated, we weren't paid for them to begin with, who's going to do the fair market value, all that kind of stuff? Is it just a simple new easement on an existing right of way? So I guess I have questions on that level of detail, but it doesn't sound like maybe we're not there yet.
We are not there yet, so I don't want to make any assumptions, but we should come up with a process that works for you.
Yes, and so that kind of leads into my second point, is ensuring that we're allowing, that's why I think it's important to have these touch-ins with the tribes, right? Because we're talking on the Ocheti Shakloni level, but really we have needs at a local level. And without allowing for flexibility for us to meet our own individual needs, but finding that commonality to build the momentum to even grow. So I get that there's a balancing act there, but some of the things that I'm concerned about is because we've started so far, and this is ongoing amazing work, that thank you guys so much for the ongoing work that you're doing, but some things have kind of changed since then. One thing is the tribes might be, specifically Rosebud, closer to those microgrids or closer to having that. So how can we as tribal nations ensure that the shift to the overall goal of this entity here is not to meet the needs of the investors, but to meet the needs of our tribal nations? And then we can worry about the investors later. And I understand why we need that. I totally do. But if we are saying our only goal is to meet this for the investors to like us, then we're leaving out all of our people. And then why would we do that? And another reason why is our need right now is we need this energy. We need it. We need the grids. We need the lines. We need that here. And this isn't going to solve any of that. It sounds like this is going to be a mechanism to get seed money to then come back. And like I'm saying, the timelines are kind of shifted from that original to kind of where we're finding ourselves now. And so how do we kind of backtrack and meet in the middle and finding the balance there?
So I actually think we already are. And I say that because we started with utility wind farms that took our energy, like physical energy. And then we found out this issue with transmission and we started tackling it. In the meantime, some of the tribal members came back on the board and said, but we actually would like to maybe do some of the smaller projects now. Can you help us with that? So some tribes are doing it on their own. Other tribes haven't started. So we just applied for a microgrid grant that's actually for 5 projects on 5 different reservations, and one of them is here on Rosebud. It was Jamie. We're working with Jamie on it, and it's for the casino and the Chicago Village to become on a microgrid, get that solar array functional, as well as get the wind turbine back up. So that is one project as OSPA we're helping with. So I think we're in a position where we're starting to do both. We're helping and working on some of the smaller projects, but we're keeping the vision and keeping working away on some of the larger projects so we can get to the utility scale for the tribes that want to do it. But we're open for more, and Sherry and Ronald are on our board. And so, we look to ideas, from your members, and we can do other, meetings that you want.
We'll close with one final thing. I had a few more, but they'll go all over. I really feel this is needed. I want to help see this be successful. I'm just trying to find the balance, right? It's like we have the TIPO, like that's just a major thing that we can't even go any further and tell you that. That's where I think the sooner we can include them in the conversation, the better. I often feel like some people kind of are scared of that. They're going to tell us no or whatever. It's kind of like an after. But for this one, I really feel we have some people on there who they live here too. They need the energy too. They just want to make sure that we're doing it in a sound way that kind of covers that.
Absolutely. And we were hoping they were here today. So absolutely.
Yes. And so I'm sorry for that, but it sounds like we had a good first intro, and we'll kind of continue those conversations. But I guess I just want to make sure that we have we have it built in there, I guess, on how our tribals, that the goals of the projects or anything are centered around our tribal nations goals, not investors. And so I'm just wondering if we can somehow market that a little bit different or when presenting to tribal council, because honestly, that's one of the big things that's sticking on the top of my head is the goal of this whole entity and the projects are to basically appease the investors to get on board.
Let me just mention one thing, and this goes to your issue of balancing and tribal planning. So remember, we're owned by the tribe, we work for the tribe, so of course we're going to be working with the FIPOs. I mean, that's our goal, right? And that's integral to everything that we do. But look at this. This project is going to cost between $2.5 and $3 billion. A lot of money, right? The tribes need it, right? Because we don't have any EHV, high capacity transmission. If we want to do large scale development projects, we have to have it. Basin, Electric, SPP, and WAPA also need it because they need north-south additional capacity because everybody, North Dakota is growing a lot. Areas in Nebraska are growing a lot. There's a lot more traffic and they need additional capacity. So our interests are actually aligned. Now, I'm saying $2.5, $3 billion. There's only three ways you can pay for that, right? You can, well, tribes could pay for it, but that's not going to happen. The utilities could pay for it.
I totally get it, and I totally get the reason why we need investors. I'm just worried that if we don't align those, or at least have two kind of tracks going at the same time, we're just going to get this, and it's going to get going, it's going to get funded, it's going to get amazing. All the power is going to go outward, and then we're going to be 10 years down the line trying to kind of piggyback on. So I guess I'm just asking for, can we do those things in tandem or in parallel?
The only point I was taking too long, I'm sorry. The only point I was trying to make is we now have leverage in negotiating directly with Basin and WAPA because they need us to raise the money from federal money to pay for this. Because if we don't, they have to pay for it, which means everybody's retail rates go up. So we're changing the relationship between tribes and Basin, which were non-existent or hostile in the past, with WAPA that were neutral at best and maybe hostile. Now they have as much incentive for this to succeed as we do, which means we have leverage in negotiating with them. And that includes, when we're talking about rights of way, it doesn't have to be just for this project. They include what do you need for those rights of way to expand to address the other development needs for the tribe. So think about this as giving us a level of leverage and direct discussions with WAPA and Basin that we've never had before.
And one thing actually tied to that, because it is in parallel, we know that part of the problem has been interconnecting these smaller microgrid projects to the grid, that either the costs are too high or the bureaucracy of getting it done. And that's part of why the solar array isn't functioning down at the Chicago Village. We've already, because we're building a relationship with Basin, they've already offered to bring us together with the next level up, the folks who do the engineering design and figure out a way to make this work across the board, across with all the tribes. So this can be foundational work for also accomplishing some of the immediate serving power needs on the reservations as well.
Okay, I have Bob, Ron, and Sherry.
Good afternoon. I've been out of the loop for 3 years, so I didn't know the Rosebud tribe was part of this Ochechi-Shakopee power system. I didn't know that. I was brought up the other day. Now, question I have is this monopole you got, is that one going to be 30 feet deep possibility? The concrete?
It could be 25 to 30 feet deep.
Depending on the soil conditions and other.
Now, I'm not familiar with this program, so I'm not for it or I'm not against it. I just need more information because some of the information that was told to me is contradicting what you guys are saying. And the reason why I'm really apprehensive in your project is because we had several projects start on the reservation, they fizzled out and they left us in the dark, you know. First of all, I could recall the hog farm. They said that we're going to get bunch of money from that, from the proceeds, and we never did. We're supposed to turn that back into natural state after they were done, and they never did. So they lied to us there. Then if you drive around these communities over here, we got some very ugly wind towers sticking up. Mike should know that. None of them damn things work. They're needing repairs, and there's nobody to repair them, because that company that lied to us didn't pay the technical fee, installed them, and they went defunct. So the towers are left standing. So that's one of the reasons why I'm really apprehensive when projects come onto the reservation and fill us up with lies that we're going to be making all this money and stuff. So I got to really question this. And I think you guys are pushing the cart in front of the horse. I think that you guys should have been working with TEPO first, and then come over to the council after TEPO agreed with whatever you guys are trying to do. Because to me, this is a, I don't know, dream come true or whatever, you know. Second question is, who's this electricity going to benefit? You guys answer?
The tribes.
How's that going to benefit?
Well, we sell the electricity, and that money goes back to the tribes. Remember, the tribes own OSPA. When OSPA sells power, that's the tribes selling that power. And the profits that come from those power sales gets distributed to the tribes.
Okay. Now, what about the maintenance part?
So for the wind farms, and just so you know, we're not building a wind farm on Rosebud. You folks haven't signed up with us to do that. We've been building on Pine Ridge and on Cheyenne River. We'd welcome working with Rosebud on their wind project. But for our wind projects, money is built in the leases. We have to put up a bond so that when the wind farm is done, we have to pay for it to be decommissioned. So you're not going to see something sitting on the land not being used. Also, and part of in funding it, we will be building in project financing so that we can set up reserves that will handle the maintenance side of it. So we will actually have a long-term contract for the first 10 years with Vestas, the wind turbine manufacturer, to actually do all the maintenance to make sure it's working. And the project can't even be constructed if we haven't put the economic, the project report together to make sure we paid for it all and set up reserves. So you're not going to have those particular issues.
Well, Rodney, I would just say, let's separate these two things. One is the transmission project, and then a wind farm if Rosewood wants us to build their wind farms. For a wind farm, the first thing you have to do, any developer, you have to have a lease from the tribe. And if we don't have a lease, we couldn't do anything. The lease, is if we get to a point where we're talking about it, has all this detail about we have to put performance bonds together to take down turbine, all that kind of stuff. It was approved by BIA, and it has to be approved by the tribe before we can even start. So that's one thing. There are a lot of protections built in that are available directly to the tribe. On the transmission part, we can't build any of this transmission unless we go through the NEPA process. The NEPA process requires extensive community outreach. It requires compliance with TIPO and working with TIPO. It will require cultural surveys of all rights of way, even existing rights of way where cultural surveys were never done because they were like done 50 years ago. So we'll be re-surveying all the land. So that NEPA process is also a way to provide a lot of protection to the tribes. So those are at least two structural things that we know we're going to be in place.
You saw some of these companies that are going to do the construction, do they have eminent domain policy?
It would be WAPA because these are WAPA facilities on the tribal lands. They do. I'm not aware that they've ever used them. We, as OSPA, would not support use of eminent domain on any tribal lands. And we're equal partners in this. They can't do it without us. So we would not allow
Yeah,
that.
but I'll guarantee you, if the companies try to use that eminent domain, you're gonna get a fight on your hands.
Well, we
Our
understand.
tribal members are very protective of our land. And the reason why I'm asking these questions is that you said they're gonna go 30 feet deep. The concern is that we got information from our water resource director that blue mark you see up there, that lies the Mini-Wetoni aquifer. And if you go any deeper than that, you're gonna affect the water system. And the water system from the Nebraska up to the southern part of where you're standing, the water table is very thin. And any exploding of any of this will, interfere with our water system, and our people really protect the water. There's a cultural difference between us guys and what you guys are trying to do. That's why you're gonna get some resistance from tribal members. And if these wind towers, these big old towers that you guys are gonna be constructing, I'm pretty sure you're gonna get some opposition on that too, because we're pretty much well into aesthetic portion of the reservation. That's why we were really against these big old giant towers that you guys were trying to construct, or you guys were thinking about it or whatever. We were opposed to that. And somewhere down the line here, I read that power lines do not contribute to any health hazard. Can you guys have facts on that?
Actually, the page before that, as a chart, because there have been some reports that I guess childhood leukemia could be linked to electromagnetic pulse radiation. We're not experts on this, so I can't give you a definitive story.
I'm not either, so that's why I got concerned about it.
The previous page there, the Wisconsin Public Service Commission did a great review of all the literature out there. And we give you a link to that site. And what they concluded, because they looked at this on behalf of the Wisconsin people, what they said was that looking at everything that's been published, nobody has identified a direct link between a cancer of any kind and electromagnetic radiation. They also found that exposure to the radiation declines really dramatically with distance. So if you're directly under a power line, it measures X. If you go 40 feet away, it goes down by half. And if you go 1 to 300 feet away, you get the same level of radiation that's in any house with electrical wire. And the chart is there and the site to that. So like I said, we don't pretend to be experts on that, but looking at what's the published information on that, it's out there and it's available online. So
I directed the Temple office to send some of their employees over to Rapid City because there's a high power line over there, and they're going to be talking to some of the residents that are close or nearby that power line to see if there's any health effects on them. Now, one more question. That first proposal was that blue mark there. Was that your original proposal?
No. No, that is not our proposal at all.
So our Temple office put that line into Nebraska?
Now, that was a proposal from the Department of Energy as to what they wanted to do. This is their NITSE program, National Interest Electric Transmission Corridor. And what they initially did was they took our recommendation. We're the ones who recommended that they develop a NITSE in South Dakota. They took that idea and they expanded it west and south into Nebraska. And we said, okay, fine, if you want to do that, that's fine, but that's not our program. So our project has always been limited to what Caroline was talking about. And now it's because we understood the dispute about sand hills and all that, we redesigned it to avoid Nebraska 100%. So we're not setting foot in Nebraska.
So there's no chance in the future that You guys will get a wall of hair and decide to connect that.
No, because we work for the tribes. You're our boss and you don't want that being built, and so it will never happen by OSPA. It won't. And we've already told DOE, we tried to get them to take that leg off in Nebraska before they published this in December. But it's, you know, with their bureaucracy, they didn't listen to us, but they kept the tribal piece in. And so we encourage people, April 15th, they're still taking public comments. We encourage people, tell them to take Nebraska out of there, that people don't want to be building in Nebraska sandhills and over the aquifer there. So please do it. They're doing it till April 15th, accepting comments.
But by law, also, I recommend that you guys work with TEPO, our TEPO department.
Absolutely.
Because right now, you guys come in here, I think you guys are pushing a cart in front of the horse. You guys should be consulting with them and get your ducks in line before you come in front of the council.
Yes, sir.
And with Representative Rodnick is saying, like with the waffle lines that are currently here on our reservation, years ago, there was concern because we have policies that have to be followed as far as home assignments, and there were some homes put right under and within close proximity of some of those huge obstructions. And if you go on internet and Google WAPA, and if you Google the lines and you Google the side effects, his concerns, there's always a lot of information out there that I'm sure other people would look at and probably have a fear of being too close to a line. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be within our policies, you know, Emily, about how the proximity to the WAPA line.
I don't know, I'd have to look under, it might be in Title 18 or 19.
Yeah, it's in one of those, but the gentleman over there has something he wanted to say. And then I'll go.
I just want to clarify some things. You know, that Nebraska line there, that's being opposed by the landowners because it's a sandhills. That was never part of our plan. That was done by DOE. Our proposal goes around it all the way to Yankton, and there's always this misunderstanding between OSPA and the tribes. For some reason, the tribes think OSPA is a separate entity on its own, you know. And that's why we have board members from each tribe on the board. They're to relay the tribe's interest into our decision making. And like John said, like he said, most of our decisions are, all of them, 100% have been made by unanimous consent. Which means everybody has supported 100%. That's why we have an elderly council with Faith, Two Eagles, a treaty and cultural expert, Rod, you know, Rod's always there, he's utilities expert. So we consult with them before any decisions. And if you guys know Faye, she's pretty outspoken. And if she thinks something is not right, she's going to tell us, you know, and we're going to adhere to her wisdom and her knowledge. She has a hydrologist. She's the first one to ask for that. When she's seen these plans, she said, well, we got to look at the groundwater first before these decisions are made. And these aren't final yet either. These are just being proposed. So that's why we're meeting. And we were invited here because you guys had concerns from your TIPO office. So that's why we came, and unfortunately your TIPO office isn't here. But we will meet with them. That's our whole thing. Also with Terrell. One of the first decisions that the board made was we were going to adhere to all Terrell laws and pay all fees that are due. You know, the 4.5% Terrell fee. That's going to be charged to each turbine that's being manufactured and built. That goes back to the tribe. So if you're talking $500 million project, you know, you're going to get 4% of that back in Terrell taxes. We're going to pay 100% of it. As well as the TIPO offices, we're going to meet with the TIPO offices constantly before we even put the shovel in the ground. And we're not there yet, but we're getting there. And like I said, we're not building a wind farm here on Rosebud. Not yet anyway, unless you guys want us to do that, but that's your choice. But Cheyenne River and Oglala want wind farms on their lands and gave us the authority to do that, so that's what we're building right now.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Is there a minimum amount of wind? Structures, yeah, that Yeah, I would think that they're talking about building a transmission line, basically.
Yeah.
As a facilitator of, power.
Well, see,
Or to distribute, but something has to generate that power, and this one is wind turbines.
Well, your turbines.
How many wind turbines does it take to make this feasible, I guess?
Yeah, that's what we gotta do with our studies.
So what are we looking at in terms of, of wind turbines, I guess, because aesthetics is, a part of this.
Yeah, it's gotta be economically viable.
So if I could answer that, so this was the interesting thing that we found with the two wind farms. On Pine Ridge, we were only building 120 megawatts, which would be about 30 wind turbines. Because that's all that grid supposedly could take. That our expert developer said that is actual available transmission capacity. On Cheyenne River, where we were going to have to build a 40-mile transmission line just to connect to the grid, and it was going to cross the Missouri River, so we're talking a lot of money. In order to make that project viable, it was 450 megawatts, which is over 100 turbines. So it really depends. And once we have this transmission capacity, you could even build a small one because you wouldn't be paying for it. It doesn't become a factor anymore. It's because of the size of our project, because there was a lack of the investment that we actually had to pay that extra money for the transmission. So you could make a small project work if that's all you want, as long as there's transmission capacity and it's not adding an extra cost. So it really can be what any size you want, and it will end up being economically viable. We can make it work in the 10 megawatt range. We can make it work in the 200 megawatt range. We can make it work in 500. It's just having that core transmission available and not having to pay for it makes the difference.
Yeah, and
so you have flexibility.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I would think though, the number of turbines, is, I don't want to say it's critical, but I mean, you go from the something that's economical and
your sweet spot. The sweet spot is usually like between around 100.
Could we make money if we put in 6 of them?
It would be hard to find the power buyer, like to find somebody small that was willing to do just that. But I'd say if you did between like 150 megawatts to 250, you'd be fine.
That would be how many turbines?
So with the size of turbines today, that would be like in the range of 35 to.
Do they have to be in a cluster in one spot, or can they be distributed along?
They end up getting distributed along. So for just the 120 megawatts we were talking about on Pine Ridge, that was about 40,000 acres that we were looking at as to potentially where to site them. So you can tell they're pretty spread out.
But it really is kind of a moving target, because 10 years ago when we started this, the typical turbine was 2.5 megawatts. And so that's, since then, in the last 10 years, the average being installed now is 4 megawatts. They just keep getting bigger. And now it's very likely by the time we're ready to start building on Pine Ridge and Cheyenne River, we're probably going to be talking about 5 megawatts. So the actual number of turbines you have to put up is going to be, has been decreasing and will continue to decrease.
And one other thing too, once the transmission line does get built, or if it does, the walls are going to expand there to 500 megawatts. And like we said, 40,000 acres of land has been looked at and cited, but that doesn't mean we're using the whole 40,000 acres, Each turbine takes about 2 acres of land, plus you can fence it off and still graze around it and everything. So it's not utilizing the whole 40,000, but that's just where you're going to have them all fit within.
What's the lifespan of
25 years.
25 to 50, and it's transmission line, 25 years.
Yeah.
And then what? Yes, they have to
So-
replace it, refurbish it. what-
Yeah, you make that decision at the time. You might decide that it's just worthwhile to take them down, or you might decide that you just repower them, and usually that means changing all the mechanics at the top and changing the blades, but the tower itself would still be the same. I've heard of wind
Well,
farm.
that's the transmission line itself.
Oh, the transmission line?
Yeah.
Well, the transmission line would be there. That's a long term.
Unless I'm misunderstanding.
I'm sorry.
Misunderstanding this, I mean, this highway to, for the electricity to, all this big electricity to move out to wherever it's gonna go, that's what I'm talking about,
Yeah.
that main network.
So I don't know exactly how long.
These big towers.
Yep.
What do you call them, monopoles?
Yeah.
What's the lifespan, of those things?
To be honest with you, I don't know.
Yeah, they're a real long. They for concrete and steel, they could be up to, 30 to 50 years.
30 to 50 long steel.
Okay, I have Ron, Sherry, and Royal. Mike took cuts.
Well, I got to ask questions, sorry.
No problem. Good questions.
Yep, good point, Mike.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm speaking from back here. I got a set surgery in my mouth, so I'm a little slobbery, forgive me.
These slobbers, I can't talk.
I'm trying to go back to rapid for follow-up surgery, so I came here just to good to see you guys today. But I just want to speak from the Utility Commission standpoint. That's one of the reasons I was Vesco also, and I'm glad to see the people here. But I want to back up a little bit, with the right-of-way easements. Since I was in council in the 90s, I know that right-of-way easements, the territory companies have been taking advantage of our tribes for many, many years, including MPPD, one of the worst violators of our rights-of-way. Of course, they have to go west, it goes on and on. But with this, with the WAPA line, 115 kV, it became the rights-of-way easements expired, the 50-year rights-of-way easement without compensation, without tenure. It expired several years back. Now, the rights-of-way easements, when it comes to utilities, any kind of infrastructure related to utilities, become a purview, and the regulation of it by the Rosebud tribe with the Utility Commission, a subservient organization. So whatever the rights-of-way easements at the Utility Commission researches everything, we bring it forward to the tribe because it's just ludicrous to make a arbitrary decision because it would be viewed as that because you're a subservient body. But the Utility Commission has been good as a due diligence on rights-of-way easements. When the WAPA line expired, I chaired the meeting, as a matter of fact. The WAPA came from Aberdeen. We met in the basement and we asked them what they wanted. They said they wanted the verbiage they use, without tenure, without duration. They wanted that without compensation. They said, and a lot of people just really got upset in the room, understandably, let them know that's not going to happen. We asked them, what about this? Oh, we have to go to Denver. What about this? We have to go to Washington, D.C. And Wayne knows what I'm talking about. Some of you that we have history, I've been around for a long time, so we got 100 years before like 30 or 40, been working on this stuff, including wind development. The big issue, which became apparent to me, is that you needed an intertribal organization to do this, a consortium of tribes, and then needing teamwork. And I knew that the big obstacle was transmission. You cannot transmit with a 150 kV line. You need the 345. The tribe does that. But no matter which way the tribe goes, say the 115 kV goes to 345, and then, the Utility Commission is the one that needs to start the process to say, make sure that the tribe gets, because there's going to be, so when WAPA came, when they said you have to go to Denver like that, and we told them that, well, thank you for being here, but
people upset, say, well, guys better believe, you guys, we need your A-team. We need to hear Denver, we want them here. We're wasting our time. So you guys are the F team, the F troop. Come on, you guys, because you're adamant that where they go, they get without, like, all the other tribes, they follow line, but we weren't willing to follow line. So our commission, we knew that we needed to involve everyone in the tribe. Tippo also too, that's right, Tippo needs to do a lot more work on this, especially if you expand. And I talked to Wayne, I said, we needed some utilities commission, tech, all the different solo, that we need people to establish a team. So we established the rights of easement task force. We worked, what, 2 years? Something like that. A lot of work done here. And so it was a good team. I think if this goes forward, I guess you guys should reform. It doesn't have to be the same players. The rights of easement task force going forward. And even though there's a partner, the Power Authority and Base Electric, and it could involve those tip-ups from part of the task force to really do due diligence, track this all the way from this forward. When I think maybe sometime when it gets more serious, if they actually do pass, then maybe you guys could reestablish the task force. Put some of the same. I think there were seven. That was a good number. That's its recommendation, There's something in the utility commission that would, when our next meeting, we'll make that recommendation. And kind of that's what, we're most gonna water you, like, I'll start there, I need to sit down.
Sherry and then Bob, Royal.
Thank you. I just wanted to inform the council that after we had our meeting, our annual meeting in December, and we returned to work after all the holidays and whatnot, I have an email chain, January 16th, where I introduced John and Caroline to our THPO office. They did say that they had some concerns back then, so I opened it up and asked them, when do you want to meet? Who do you want to meet with? Just me, or do you want to include John and Caroline? And there was never a response. So I do want to say that John did respond to the email, and so they have attempted to be in contact with our THPO office. So I just want to tell you that because I don't want these guys getting chewed out up here thinking that they're coming in and doing this without anybody's authority or the tribe's knowledge. So with that, I just wanted to say we have several projects that are depending on this transmission. Some of you were on council when Redco came in and gave their PIP presentation, the Partners in Performance. And remember that they had estimated, like, if they did their 36 wind turbine project, a huge GDP over the course of 20 years, but there was some number in the like 600 million in revenue for that project, which is separate from this project here. Also, with that, we don't just have Redco's projects, we also have Resco's projects. So not to be confused for the people listening, Rosebud Economic Development Corporation, and then Rosebud Electric Service Company, which is newly chartered entity. So we also have projects there that they are working on. The Solar for All that was mentioned and a few others. There's also, potential for the tribe to develop in the area of solar. Back in, a year or two ago, we had a meeting with OSPA in here. This is right before I got put on the board. And we met with Treasurer Boyd was here. And at that time, he did tell us too, good plans, but if you don't have transmission, none of this is worth it. Yeah, none of it is worth it. The The turbine at the casino, everyone's always using that as an excuse. Oh, that didn't work. That was one turbine, and that was brand new project. People didn't know anything about wind very much back then. It was so new. A lot of the companies were new, and what they didn't do is write in maintenance into the grant. I don't know if it was allowed or if they just didn't write it in. I don't know. I was a teenager then. Sorry, but I did my research and found out that I know you were too. And there was they didn't write in funding for decommissioning the turbine. So that's why it stands there. The small wind turbines that are scattered throughout the reservation, that was a small grant project by a random tribal member who did that. I don't know any information about that, just what was said earlier. So as far as the wind turbines, the wind projects, my biggest, goal for the tribe is sovereignty. When we had the storm in 2022, I seen a big need for three things. When there's a disaster, people, especially in the wintertime, they need energy for their heat. They need energy, heat, and food. Those were the three biggest things that we faced when we were trying to help our people through that storm. So with this, I'm not saying this is a fix-all. This is just one step in a big, long plan for future generations. And if we're talking about adhering to certain things, one of the things that we need to adhere to is our Constitution that states that we need to plan for seven generations. And I've really been thinking a lot about this whole project and situation, and I keep thinking, years to come, if we don't move on this and have a say-so in it, the future generations, I'm sure some of you have seen that Trump does plan to energize America. So he has plans to build throughout the United States regardless. Right now is a time for us to include ourselves in that and have a say-so and a seat at the table. It's not about the OSPA being here trying to sell us something. I don't want you guys to think they're a corporation that's here trying to make money, sell us something. They're a coalition of tribes that created an entity to represent tribes so we could collectively tackle energy issues that all tribes are facing. So I just want to say that for the council and the people listening. If we can create transmission for our reservation, and then we can come up with the funding to build specific projects owned by ResCo, owned by RedCo. I hope they're all owned by ResCo, though. I think RedCo has the intention of handing those all off to ResCo. Then we can go back to what the WAPA lawsuit. And Wayne gave us a great explanation of that, which is why we kicked off ResCo. And in 2013, whoever the council was back then, great work for what you started. But in 2013, we won a lawsuit against WAPA. Wayne, correct me if I'm wrong. But with that lawsuit, if we created an energy company and had the systems in place, we could get cheap energy. I want that for our people. So we started ResCo. Well, in 2013, the council started it. We finished it. We did the remainder of the work to get it on the floor and got it passed. So there's a lot of work to this, a lot of steps. I don't want people to think that we're here trying to push things on you. I really question and have a lot of questions when we meet. And I brought this up, and I'm glad I did, and I'm glad we're here today, because we're always talking about when we go on our conferences and whatnot, and that we need to come back and report. I'm willing to do that. It's just finding the time to do that here at the council chambers. We never have the time. So we should really set time aside, and I will keep the council updated as far as I'm concerned with anything OSPA. But I just wanted to share that with you guys. If we're going to be thinking about the future generations, this is a really good opportunity for energy sovereignty. Thank you, council.
Royal and Ben.
2 minutes.
I know.
You're going to pull the quick on me?
Yeah, that was in the benches, Buffalo. Lynn. I'm going away like a kid. Honey, 2009, government affairs, hey. Chair, Makala, cha. Hey, we're gonna, hey, Tecro, green energy, Kata, hell. Now, Okalo, the chain head fees, the tax treasury, head wind farms, he had, head. Ogana, you coach the Okalo, you call heck that cat, that go straight check, she, Ogana, head. Book, head, cherry time, head, Lila, Oyataki, Lila, Wakal, use up it, work as you keep, to heck that cat. Or Scoopy, a check that cat, man, works and blow up the duck dog, head, cut down, chuck. Otabala, Lawyer spoke the long leg. I want to say that in 2009, when I sat on governmental affairs and chaired that committee, there was a wind farm. Wayne, it was out of Philadelphia, wanted to build farms. St. Francis, they had either pay technical fees or state fees. Like that, NCI, to keep home. New Mexico, hell. Spoke to some tribes in New Mexico at National Congress, American Indians, and we talked about how the state, unless the tribe owned 50% or more within that wind farm, if not below 50%, state wanted to charge wind farms. New Mexico tribes said that unless the tribes stand together and bring the state to their knees, that's the only way you're going to get to have the wind farms. I wonder now, because changing that in that TECRO ordinance, green energy, how other tribes are going about building farms. Wind farm, I know they must have that entity, TECRO, fees. It comes to paying state fees if you don't own that wind farm 50% or more. Now, that's when I say thanks to John and Caroline. I remember you guys from the Great Plains Tribal Chairman's meeting, and good to see you guys again. Been a while, but with that, questions on that about what other tribes, how they're going about paying fees, and then also warranties on wind farms, and then maintenance plans, and then it was told to me, unless it's a huge project, it would cost more to get power received from the turbine and transferred to the power grid, like a 60,000 acre farm. So in the long run, how does that benefit tribes when they develop farms? What do you think?
Well, yeah, let me start. And this all off I mentioned earlier, and we were starting out and looking for a co-development partner because we wanted to partner with Netscape. We talked to pretty much everybody in the industry. It was like a 1.5-year process. And the vast majority of them said, well, we have to own everything. But like you said, our position was OSBA and the tribes have to be majority owners. That was our bottom line. And at the end of the day, we found about 4 large developers that were willing to work with us on those terms. So if you look around enough and you argue and you bargain hard enough, you can get that. The one thing that's actually changed in our benefit since then is, you may have heard about the direct pay tax credits. So it used to be, because tribes don't pay taxes and most wind farms are financed with tax credits, we couldn't do anything about it, right? But now they changed the law a few years ago. And the IRS now has these rules that said, we will treat tribes and other cities and some other non-paying tax exempt entities as though they did pay taxes. And so we will we'll provide direct payment to you as though it was a tax credit. So that allows us to finance up to 30 or more % of our tribes. So we started out with negotiating 51% with direct pay. Now we might be able to own, you're probably still going to need some other investors in there, but you could probably own 80%, which is what no tribe has ever done before. So the current state is really good for us. I can't speak to what other developers, what other tribal, I know a few tribes are trying different projects, and I can't speak to what they've negotiated. But I know our deals are about as good as any out. In terms of
Eric, ready to defend there?
the 51% basically ensures that we get majority of profits. To the extent you talked about fees and who wants to pay fees, you do, in our experience, you do have to have a fairly large project. If it was small, like the original project we were looking at, like 120 megawatts, the fees you had to pay for interconnection and stuff made it very hard to get a profit off of that. But if you have a bigger wind farm, 250 megawatts, or as Lyle was saying, we're replanning all of our wind farms on Cheyenne River and Oglala to be 500 megawatts. And they become enormously profitable. So that issue of, how much you have to pay in fees for interconnection versus how much money you can make, the bigger your farm, the better you do.
And then directly in Tecro fees, their fee, the state could have a fee. So the tribe has a fee. You build it into the financial model and you have to pay. And and when you're the one at the table with the developer, that's just built into the financial models, and the project's not going to get done unless that fee gets paid. So that's, that sounds kind of simplistic, but that's really what it is. It's a cost, but a developer on the outside could ignore it. They could argue you down. Since we're the ones there for the tribe in the contract, that fee is written in, and it's also in the leases to make sure it's reinforced. The only way you could build the project. Also, when it comes to siting, like all of our projects, it's not just tribal land, it's also allotted land. Some of the tribes have prioritized buying shares of that land, so they allotted so that it's a larger percentage for the tribe. But there's also non-Indian private fee land, that's part of it. But again, being at the table, part of the discussions we have with the contractors, we have to do the maximum siting on the tribal and allotted trust lands, and that's where more of the lease revenues flow as well. So that's another way that the tribes and the local landowners make money from it. Another thing, if it's an outside developer, they're going to pay the state tax. Well, we are not going to pay the state tax. We are arguing that is trust land, leased on the trust land, and the private land will probably have a different road value there. But we won't pay the state wind farm tax because it's not in the jurisdiction. It's a tax in lieu of property taxes, and that shouldn't apply. So we'll fight for that. A non-Indian developer who comes to a reservation isn't going to fight for that. They're going to pay the state instead of money going to the tribe, and they're probably going to set that precedent for the tribe too. that it's gonna affect you in other ways. So anyway, you can make it happen as long as you're at the table making sure those priorities are being addressed when you're doing the financial planning and the development and design of the project.
And I'm really glad that Caroline mentioned taro fees because, like I said, I'm not speaking for other tribal developers, but I do know some of them. As a way to try to provide an incentive for developers to come in, one of the first things they do is waive taro fees, and we would never do that.
Yeah, and one of the folks we're working with, Steelhead Americas is the development arm of Vestas, who's the largest wind turbine manufacturer. Working directly with them, we've talked about having recruiting events on the reservation to get tribal members to sign up to be wind turbine technicians. They only need a high school education. They don't need college. They'll do that training for them. They'll recruit them in first year, do all the training, and then bring them back so they have a good job at home. So we're looking for partners like that too to make a benefit to tribe and the tribal members.
Madam Chair, I was invited by a tribe in Maine to come out and they held it up. Okay, Dr. Cash, we're talking, I wanna make a motion that I was invited by a tribe out in Maine for cultural and green energy that they paid for all my travel, so I wanna make a motion now allowing me to go out there and look at their green energy and talk about culture. Culturally led. When it comes to wind, there's a song that talks about wind. It goes, so when we talk about wind, is that culturally Tateki takoki heta dokita tateki hilki hehogana that ukti hana uktalo. There's things that they talk about culturally when it comes to wind, whatever direction the wind is coming from. Hehogana, it's coming from the north. There's when it comes from the north, I was told by elderly when the wind always carries takoki. South wind of the air, on scapulo. So a motion to allow me to go to Maine and talk about green energy and culture.
What date?
The date. Let's see. My itinerary says leaving April 16th, Wednesday, up to April 20th.
Second by Todd's question. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Opposed?
1.
Not voting?
1. 6. Oh no, never mind. I got it. 6. All right. 7, 1, 6.
All right, motion carried.
Sorry.
Ben and Totes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mike.
I guess for me, my biggest concern, again, too, is, when we move forward, I know we're talking about in the future, how things are gonna come about. So, I guess it's good because we can't excel unless we put all our eggs in one basket, if you will, because it's Easter here. But those are my concerns, I guess, is if we're not getting anything out of it, we will in the future, but we won't be able to, we'll profit off it, but we're not gonna be able to utilize it. But has there been any other tribe that is benefiting off it? And I know you guys haven't started yet, I guess, or you guys are still waiting on the grants and things that are moving. So, those are concerns that I have, is that, I know we're gonna be part of it, but, again, not getting that information. So questions for me is, the wind energy, do we need the wind energy to keep that energy going, that transmission line, so other areas can get it and we just profit off the money? I mean, that's kind of what I'm getting off this presentation. So, but, I did ask if anybody from Tipple was coming. I know I talked with, one of the representatives, so I wonder if she has some questions on that too. So I know that's what I'm concerned if I get the floor for her. That's okay.
Hi, my name is Leah Radley. I'm the administrative assistant for the Travel Historic Preservation Office. And I'm not, forgive me, but I'm not really familiar with, I know a little bit about the transmission line. And I was brought to my attention about the wind farm. And my boss, who's on her way back from North Dakota, they had a meeting with DOT up there. That they were never informed. I don't know if you guys, of this project, the wind farm project. And if they knew that you guys were going to be here, then they would have canceled the meeting in North Dakota. And as far as the transmission line, if you guys, they were wanting to know if you guys could table that until they come back. I think there's council tomorrow.
Presentation, I think, just a presentation. Yeah, just a presentation, so.
Okay. And then they would like to be here for that.
And there's no proposed wind farm for Rosebud yet, right?
Not with RST. You've got your own going on with Redco.
Okay.
I
was just.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to make sure.
They threw me down here. Go down here, just like they did Ben. So I'm just.
That's okay. I just wanted to make sure.
I'm just saying to let council know that they weren't, the office wasn't contacted in any way, email or mail. So. And that's all I had to.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Thank you, Leah. I got the same email message, and that's why we asked you to come down, because I got an email saying that they weren't aware.
Yeah. So they just said, can you come down here?
Thank
you. Thank you.
Yeah, those are just my concerns that I had in first session, but because that's the information I got from her when I went up after the March 25th meeting. I didn't go up to get more information, but they were at a meeting at PIA too. So just the minimum information I got. So we just want to make sure all our areas are covered. And for me too, these transmit or the lines that could be coming down and stuff. I mean, it's kind of hindering our flying kite. I think it's in May, flying kites. So it's just a thought on that. Thank you.
All right, till it's in. Mike Bolts.
I was just gonna give floor to Leah also, but breakdown in communication here. We really need to all be on the same page if we want this to be successful. So we can never put the cart before the horse. We got a plan with everybody involved. Thank you.
Mike, I know you're on the other side here.
Yeah, oh, okay, thank you. This isn't really relevant, I guess, on the road, but with the Trump administration's feelings about green energy and, development and all that sort of thing, and I even heard him talking about beautiful coal the other day, Of course, Trump's attention span is about 2 weeks, But
2 minutes.
But during his administration, green energy is probably going to be a little more difficult than usual. What kind of problems does that create for your plan, I guess?
So it's very much a concern, as you all know. But what we say is we're happy we're doing transmission because they are not against transmission. So all of the materials that we are using, we just talk about energy development in general. We don't mention wind, we don't mention solar. We talk about how it will help keep electricity rates affordable for people in this area, but build out the grid that's necessary to meet the future electric demand and to bring industries in. So I think we're actually positioned better, and I'm really glad we're not having to do wind right now, that's on hold until we get this done. And to be honest with you, with Secretary Burgum that came from North Dakota, with Secretary Wright, who made his money off of the Bakkens and knows Basin Electric, with Senator Thune as the Senate Majority Leader, Dakota's is actually in a pretty good place if you're talking about something like transmission. Nobody's in a good place if you're talking about wind. But again, we're not going to have to worry about that. We won't need any federal support on permitting for at least another 3 or 4 years. So hopefully by then, we're through all of this when it comes to the wind projects. Can I just say one other quick thing real quick? The smaller microgrid projects that we just put in a grant for, we're hoping those go through. I think that's actually where we're a little more concerned, where some of our requests might not make it, but we don't know yet. We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah. The transmission aspect of this, I get it. You know, that's brilliant in my mind, you know. Who knows, maybe someday they'll figure out a way to clean up atomic energy, you know, and a small nuclear power plant someplace, you know, might be.
Or like with Tesla, you don't need wires. It
Clean coal, I doubt it. I doubt that'll ever happen, but little cheap mouth over there is a good source of energy, you know.
Some hot air.
Mike, are you done?
I'm done. I was just gonna see if Ronnie had anything to add to this. Oh, no, that's it, but. Okay, yeah. All right, I'm just gonna see if Ronnie sits on his tribal utilities.
Oh, somebody had them.
Madam Chair, can you go around and shake hands?
Sorry. I just wanted to ask, Leah, I know that Jamie sent you with a few points. Did you want to make those, or are you wanting to wait till Jamie comes back? Okay, I would like to get the floor from her. Okay.
Come on up.
I'm Leah Bernberg. I'm with RSTCO, the Community Outreach Director. The first point is RSTCO is in favor of the transmission line. Our understanding that the line is following the previous path. Cement doesn't harm the environment while it's being made, no matter where the line goes up, it will have the same impact. That's just what my thoughts are. So it doesn't really affect the environment, wherever.
Okay. Leah, do you guys still have funds for outreach?
Yeah, for a little bit.
Do you think that's something you guys could talk about when you do your outreach, or include it, or take it to the board?
Yeah.
Just as a request?
Yeah.
Talk about the transmission line and do some public outreach, because like Treasurer Boyd was saying, a lot of people aren't aware of this and they have a lot of fears and unknowns, and it would be good to have some of those questions. And if we're doing it at community meetings, we could try to schedule certain times. Caroline and John could be on Zoom.
Yeah.
And then for the council's information, I don't know if any of you have met John Soms. He's been working with the tribe, and he's one of the people who have got us a lot of grants regarding energy. And he also said that if anyone has questions, he's willing to answer those. If you want to call him or have him log on to Zoom sometime as well. So I could set that up or share his information with you if you have questions. But he's very knowledgeable, and he did want to say, he did text me when Caroline was answering Mike's question, Councilman Volta's question regarding if we only had 6 turbines. We could sell that. He said it'd just be about finding a small distributor to do that. So it wouldn't be impossible. I just wanted to share that. Thank you, Council.
Sherry, when they came, I was just asking Leah if that's the same person that Jamie had me go meet with one day, and she said it is. And I did ask them to come and give a presentation to the council because of the project by Antelope and the one by St. Francis.
That would be good. Do you know if those wind meters are running?
Wind meters?
Like the meters that record the Met Towers? Yeah, the Met Towers, yeah.
No.
Do you know if they are?
If you don't, that's okay, you can get that information back to us when you present, and then any research that we need, that you can make to find out what needs to be done to make sure that those net towers are running. Because if we're gonna go after future grants, if this goes through, and we go after future grants, having their data is not gonna help us, so we're gonna definitely need to make sure that those are up and going.
Yeah, I do know that, John was out there looking at that.
Okay, when they present, you can update that. Thank you.
Yeah, I just messaged you. Thank you. Thank you. Anything more?
I don't think so. Anything more you want to say?
No, I'm fine.
Anybody have any further questions for them, Ben?
I was just kind of wondering if you can relay Tipple on this, so a contact person on any of this information, I guess, because again, that's who we rely on as our programs, you know, we're gonna make sure that they are okay with it also. And if they're not, again, we go back to the elders, you know, I mean, we're not gonna be here forever. I think our younger, I say this is a good opportunity, which would be good, but as we move forward. So anyway, I just want to make sure that we touch all bases. We want to make sure that support our tribal programs also to make sure that they have, I guess, something above what they're good at. I guess is looking into the environmental part of it, you know, natural resources and stuff. So just want to make sure.
Okay, respond. You know, Sherry's a good board member, as well as all our member tribes have board members, and if the tribe has concern, you know, feel free to relay it to your board member so she can bring it to our attention and we can debate it, open up for make any decisions we want here. All the tribal input, all our member tribes and their representatives and their council members. You know, the tribal council approved this charter for each of our member tribes. We presented it. You guys, I think we're the second tribe to do so. Standing Rock. So, like I said, we work for you guys. You guys own this. You know, you're all 7 tribes own this corporation. We just work for you. So we would never do anything to harm the environment. That's part of that's in our charter as well. And our only interest is trying to get something best for our people. You know, we started this with that in mind. Our people are Mushika, they need help, you know, and we need to give them some kind of hope. So that's why we're trying to develop this as well as take care of the Chimaka. You know, she's hurting now too. She's sick. Clean energy would help her, and that's what we're trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Sherry?
Thank you. With that, if you guys have any questions that you think of within the meantime, feel free to email me, text me, call me, whatever. I'll make sure that I relay the information. And then just so you know, you might have been out of the room, but they are connected because on January 16th, I did send an email to THPO. I did let the council know that they are in contact. We're just waiting for THPO to reach back out to us to tell us when they want to meet. They haven't responded. And I can forward that email chain to all of the council if you'd like to see proof of it too. So I can do that.
I just want to make sure that they're involved in it because it's something, that, you know, if they don't, because I just heard from the employees saying that they weren't aware of this particular thing today, otherwise they would have canceled their meeting to come here. So that's why I'm kind of concerned is that if we don't have them around the table, because it's ours, even though we're a tribe and we're all together, we want to make sure that we have some concerns or even our programs that understand what this is about, the environmental part of it, that they have it okay also. Because that's why we developed that program to make sure that our lands are taken care of. So if they're not involved in it, then who else do we listen to? You know? And so again, I know we always say we bring in the cart before a horse. So this part was maybe if they went to Tipple first for the presentation, then maybe at least if they were okay with that, they came back too, and they came here for their concerns also, I think I would be, you know, pretty much okay with it. Even if they sit there like they are right now, maybe disagreement of it. At least we move forward. The betterment of the tribe, betterment of our future generations, is what I say. So that's just my concern on it. So just to make sure that they're aware of it, because they are watching, they are aware, you know, they went to, it's just a presentation, so I don't think we're proving anything today. So
Today is just a presentation, so thank you, council, for your time and questions.
One last thing, we meet every Thursday via Zoom. Oh, not every Thursday, bi-weekly at 11 o'clock your guys' time. All board members, we get on the phone and we all Zoom in and discuss what we're doing. We give updates on where we're at and what Congress is doing and all that. And even if you want to invite people to our meeting, Chair, you could do that and we could have a discussion over Zoom as well. So the invitation is open. Anytime you guys want to meet with us, every bi-weekly, Sherry gets an email on the schedule of what time and everything. Just get a hold of her.
7 a.m.?
And when we have
have grant funding, we try to have quarterly in-person board meetings and we try to rotate them when we can across reservations. So hopefully we'll get more funding soon so we can start that again. And the public's welcome to attend and tribal leaders.
The council needs to understand that this concept is, that they're talking about with the tribes and OSP started when Bill Clinton was the president. So that's how long ago this began. And it all started from Pine Ridge with all that hot air they have over there. I'm just
I have a question from Wayne Fredericks.
Thank you guys for coming, and I've always been kind of in the background of learning and keeping up on what you guys are doing. And it's been 20 some years, 30 years in the works. So at least there's options finally coming forward, because I know it was stagnant for a lot of years, and it's finally, there's some options. Thank you.
Oh, allow me. Thank you guys for having us. Appreciate it.
Right on this side. Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for inviting us.
Yes. Thank you for coming.
Okay, questions, just like.
And we'll definitely be in touch. We've tried reaching out.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming. Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Thank you. Good conversation. Thank you.
You have something that you want to go
Because they're tied to you guys specifically. Yeah, we got to wait. Well, I need all of them to travel. Was never left.
Oh, my God. Josh,
Does he have it?
Yeah, yes.
That's why I did it. Probably, yeah. That's take a little break.
Council, we'll take a 5-minute break.
I need to find more out.
Oh, yeah. I think I saw this trip. Like a t-shirt. And they just sat empty for years.
Blue or woman,
JD left.
and tenacity for their work manual contract. Out of all these, I work with all of these lobbyists and all the lawyers. I work in all these programs. But the one that I personally rely on the most is Mark, because like OJ and Rosebud and those guys, they're generalists. I mean, they'll lobby, they'll keep track of laws and stuff that are in place, whatever, but they're just general lobbyists. And these lawyers we have like Arrow Creek and Hobbs Trust, those are for specific projects like Arrow Creek, that's Dell Averger, he does all of our energy stuff on the hill. And he does a lot of work with TLE, with the Anti-Consolidation Act. Hobbs Trust, Dean and Walker. Our attorney there is Keela Innocent, and she does our broadband stuff. And that NSPR law, that Napoli group, they're the group that's doing our PFAS lawsuit, the class action PFAS, the water pollution lawsuit. That's them. They don't cost us any money. It's all done on contingency. And then Peoples and Kidder. Peoples and Kidder, we have two of them. The Attorney General is a big one. And there's no deadline on that as far as it ending, but they're going to be needing some more money here pretty soon, maybe in a few months. And then Peoples and Kidders also has a small contract with the Tax Commission. They also provide some legal service for the Tax Commission. And then the Native Energy Resource Council, that's Margie Schaft. She works for RESCO. And all of her money is paid out of the TEP planning grant, so it doesn't cost the tribal general funds. But again, like I said earlier, most of the work I write on every basis goes through Mark. Mark does all of the legal stuff for Peshla. He does all the taxes and legal stuff for the land that we're going to have to pay. Well, like for example, they had a hearing in Hill City the other night on some tax issues, and apparently TLE might be behind a year on taxes. So he called the county commissioners and let them know that they came in. So he'll go meet with them in 7 days. He does small little things like that. I rely on him a lot to keep me up to date on those issues. He's the one that negotiated the agreement for Peshla, for the law enforcement agreement with Pennington County. He did that. So that, like, everybody has their own deal. Mark just does the small legal stuff that helps keep me up to date on all these different issues. I know that there's always a lot of competition between these lobbyist groups. They always badmouth each other. No one wants to work together. But I work with them all because they all have their specialties. OJ, we have a contract with his group. We pay him $10,000 a month flat. But he does a lot of work on the national scene. Colt and that kind of stuff. So I work close with him, but that's different. When we have Ross Val, we pay him $10,000 a month on a flat fee, whether he puts hours or not. But he started out working with just using him for our state stuff. But this year you expanded his contract to include federal stuff also. But his primary expertise is with the state government. But I'm just explaining all this to you because there's such a, these guys badmouth each other because they all want business. And I'm asking the council to renew Mark's contract. Anyone that gets paid by the hour, whatever he He has to work before he's paid. That's why all of last year he only got 32,000. He was the least one paid because I only use him when I have to. So, but he does the nitty gritty stuff that none of these other guys do. That's the best way I can explain it. He's also the general counsel to the Great Plains Tribal Chairmen's Association. So we have that input there with him, just like we have that with OJ and Colt. But I'm just throwing it out there for you because I recommend that you use contract for somebody if you could. Mike's got a question.
You making a motion?
I'll comment first. Wait, would it be safe to say that we've never been so engorged with the lobbyists and attorneys?
We have a lot.
Yeah. And I guess right now that's okay, but next year, year after that.
When it comes to the general count, the three on top are the ones that are paid out of the general count. All rest on the bottom have different programs, with the caveat that People's Kidder on the Attorney General, they have a limited amount of money in the Attorney General's office to pay for that firm.
Right.
So they're going to spend all that money before the year's up, so we'll have to supplement that through general count.
Right. I just wanted to make that comment because kind of planting the seed early, that at some point down the road, probably during our term yet, we may have to streamline these services.
I had asked Wayne to put this together because I had been asking to know who our attorneys and our lobbyists were.
Right.
And for me, I think, the ones that are paid hourly, to me, those are the ones that save us money, this flat rate. If it was my decision, I would prefer that they all pay by the hour because then we'll know what they're actually doing for us. But I've also am having my staff get hold of them to see when they can come and visit with you as council, because when I was my second year on council, this is how it was. We had all these lobbyists and attorneys that never came here. We never seen a report. We never seen them. No one knew what they looked like. And so we had them all come and give a report to council. And so we're going to work on making time, having them make time to come and introduce themselves to council so we know who exactly our attorneys and lobbyists are. Because that's what had been asked for before I became the president, when I was on council. And I think the last time they were all here was probably in 2017. Been a long time. Yeah.
With that, Chair, I'll move to, does this need to be done by emergency legislation?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
I'll move for emergency legislation on attorney.
Could I ask my question?
But we gotta pass the motion for sure, then you can do your question.
Yeah, let's just get it to the floor and
Yeah, so Mike made a motion, Chris second, and for discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Just a motion for emergency legislation.
So, sorry, wait, no, sorry, I'm ahead of myself. I need a question for emergency legislation. Stan? Okay, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? 2. Motion carried. Now the motion for emergency legislation.
To approve resolution 2025.
Motion to approve.
Sherry can make her comment. Right.
Go ahead, Chair.
88.
88.
88? Yeah, 88.
I did the second.
Are you seconding, Emily?
Thank you, council. My question is, have we gotten a report from Van Norman? I haven't seen one.
You was here, what, about 6 months ago?
Yeah, well, it was around that time in the summer when it was all crazy when we weren't showing up. or there was, no quorum or we had no administration coming in, so he did show up for those meetings. And then we did come back whenever we did start meeting regularly after the election, and he did present one time after that.
Okay. So with, Ben Norman's contract, I guess, I just have a few concerns. One being, he does represent, several tribes, so when he's working on this stuff, are we getting billed accurately?
He works on several tribes, the same as OJ and Rosebud and all them, but he only does work for us whenever I ask him to. You know, like, there are times when we have letters drafted to the congressman, he drafted them for Kathy, on specific requests. But on these other issues, like with Peshla and the land we have around city stuff, he routinely goes to those meetings and makes sure that we're represented at those hearings for tax purposes and whatever.
Okay.
And like
He's
I said,
very proactive.
And his work is different than those. I mean, he doesn't do any lobbying. I mean, he can set up meetings for us like anybody else, but we don't ask him to do that. That's not what I want him to do. That's not his job.
Okay. I just want to share something with the council. Whenever we went to DC a while ago, during the,
NCI.
Yep, NCAI, he sat in, and I guess I just would like it. It's fine whenever our lobbyists interject, but I felt like he hogged the whole conversation, and Michelle and I didn't really get very much opportunity to talk to Senator Rounds when he was there. And then Senator Rounds had more of a rapport with Ben Norman than with the council reps that were in the room. There was some just some issues that were brought up, and I wanted to be able to speak on them and represent the tribe in that area, and I didn't get the opportunity to do that. He was there and did set up meetings, but we were only invited to the one. So I was upset about that. I don't know if it was just a miscommunication, but I do know that when I have sat in with the other lobbyists, that they were respectful that the council was there and letting us have our time to speak with the senators. I do know of the issue in the past with Peshla, and there was an issue there, and I know that he was representing the tribes, but then started representing the person that was running the place. So I just want to make sure that if the council passes this, that Mark understands what his role is representing for the tribe, and that when he sees council representatives in DC, that he acknowledges us as well. I was not acknowledged by him at several times when we went to go represent for the tribe. So I kind of have a bad taste in my mouth over that. I felt very disrespected, and it just was very concerning to me. And if he is able to give us a report, I would like to see that, because I have seen reports from our other lobbyists, and I didn't know he did so much with you guys. So it would be good to see what that is, because if we are going to utilize all these lobbyists, we need to figure out which areas we're going to continue to send them in, and that way there's no overlap, or maybe we do need overlap in some areas. But I just wanted to state that, because that was upsetting to me.
Thank you, Sherry.
I apologize for that, Sherry, but I shouldn't, but I'm not sure how all that happened. Like I said before, Mark doesn't do the stuff that OJ and he doesn't set these meetings up and stuff, so I'm not sure what happened out there. I mean, I'm not sure if Scott told him to or somebody else told you to, but I sure didn't, because he doesn't usually do that for us unless I ask him specifically. Like, we had this big fight over broadband, so I had him specifically set up a meeting with Scott and I with Senator Kuhn. That kind of stuff he can do, but as far as the lobbying that we always do, he doesn't do that for us. That's not what I ask.
He's an attorney.
He's a lawyer. He does the letter writing. He does the legal work for the stuff, but he doesn't do the lobbying.
So what was he doing at Sherry's meeting then?
That's what I said.
I actually invited Sherry and Michelle to come to the meeting. Is that the one you're talking about? Yeah, and the protocol, just so you all know, there is an etiquette, and when you go to meetings in DC, your lobbyist is supposed to work with you to settle that up. All these trips I've been going on, actually it's Pine Ridge that's been helping me because none of our lobbyists reached out. Nobody, unless Wayne got hold of them. Otherwise, I was like how you guys were, I was just out doing it myself. But there is an etiquette where our legislative aide or our lobbyist, like when Ray was our legislative aide, he was excellent. He always had everything set up. So when you travel to Washington, you're supposed to travel as a group, and your lobbyist or your legislative people set all that up for you so that when you get there, everything's in place already.
I've been to DC several times and testified for the tribe and worked with OJ and with Mr. Bell.
Yeah, and the reports that you're talking about, can you share them with me? Because I haven't seen any.
No, that's what I'm saying, I haven't seen any reports.
From any of them?
Oh, no, from.
No, that's what I'm saying, I haven't seen any from anybody.
Okay.
Except for Peebles and Kidder, that's the only reports I've been getting.
Okay, we had one in person from Mr. Bell, and it was an excellent report. So that should all be in our emails, but I'll forward it to you.
Thank you. If there's no more, Totes, you had something?
Yeah. And this is a good example here of the lack of communication and transparency between us. When someone's going to DC, we shouldn't have to wait for someone to reach out to us. We should reach out to them also to make sure that all the I's and the T's are crossed. We need to do that. And as these ones they should report to us, like you said, set up a time where they can come in, we can ask questions. Because right now, we've only received a few, and Colt and OJ, Holy Buckets, they're right on it right now. They're really sending us information, setting up meetings. Anytime anything changes, Holy Buckets, we get emails from them. So they're really working hard for their money right now, but we need that communication between all of us, and Bob mentioned something earlier about our trips. We would like to just get reports from everybody, including administrators and council, about what has gone on and what you guys did for the Oyate while you guys were gone. Thank you.
For myself, last month I did give you guys a report when I came back, but for this month, when we do ours, because I've been gone and took time off for my health last week and this week, I'll give my report later in writing. I and Lewis have been working on it. If that's all, then we have a motion on the floor.
I will move.
You move, somebody second. Totes.
Now he has to read the resolution.
Oh, sorry.
All right, Mike, you gotta read it in.
You gonna read it in, Mike?
Oh, yeah. Did I get a second?
Yes.
Yeah, it was approved.
Yep. You're as confused as I am, Mike. Must be a long day.
Confused, but I'm confused.
It's fun.
Okay, starting with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whereas, Ms.
Cassidy?
Cassidy, okay, and Mr. Van Norman have provided a Rosebud Sioux tribe effective representation with Congress, including law enforcement, the administration and federal agencies in the enactment and implementation of the joint U.S. Department of the Interior and the U.S. Department of Agriculture Secretarial Order Number 3404 on co-stewardship of federal lands and waters, as well as the American Rescue Plan and the CARES Act, state, local, tribal government coronavirus relief fund, dissemination of the entire $8 billion tribal government set aside to Indian tribes and $20 billion tribal government coronavirus relief act set aside, among other initiatives of extreme importance to the Rosebud Sioux tribe. Whereas nothing in the special council contract for calendar year 25-26 between Acidity. Okay, Van Norman Limited Liability Corporation and the Rosebud Sioux Tribe shall be a waiver of the sovereign immunity of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe agrees to approve a special council contract with Sheehan Acidity Esquire and Mark Van Norman Esquire of the Acidity Van Norman Limited Liability Corporation in an amount not to exceed $6,000 per month plus reasonable authorized expenditures from January 1, 2025 to December 31st, 2026. Therefore, it be resolved. So I'm assuming the compensation is based on actual hours used.
Actual work.
It isn't $6,000 a month. Not to exceed. So if we don't use them, we don't pay them.
All of last year, we paid him 32,000.
Okay.
We haven't paid him anything for this year yet.
But there's no retainer or anything?
No retainer, just hours work. And then, you know, I forgot to mention that he's the one that drafted the contract for that post too.
Who's authorized to use him?
Pardon?
Who's authorized to use him?
So far, it's been me and Kathy. Primarily me. But he's open for, I mean, he does.
Sometimes that's a problem, yeah.
He doesn't do the lobbying. That's what's confusing everybody here.
Okay.
Whoa. Did you read it all in?
Yep.
Need a question? Votes? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Opposed?
1, 2, 2,
Not voting? Oh, that's it. Zero. Motion carried.
Thank you, council. And again, you know, all of these guys are very, very capable of what they do. But not one of these guys can do everything. I mean, they're gonna tell you, I can do everything, but they can't. So I encourage you guys to meet them all, work with them all, because they all have certain things that they can tell you and do that. It's their specialties. He's telling you that.
Madam Chair? Thank you. I want to make a motion for Mark Van Norman to come do a report to council.
Yeah, we're gonna have all of them come, but well, he's
Two
in
of them already did, didn't they?
on here
Ross has come.
by last year.
When they renewed their contract, a couple of them came and did a really good
Okay.
presentation.
All right, so him and all the rest of them then.
So my motion is to have Mark Van Norman specifically come do a report. I've never seen one. Okay.
I'll second.
Who's second? Votes? Question?
No question.
Chris, question? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Okay. Oh, votes and then Chris.
You know what, I want to give a shout out to Wayne. I want to thank him for all the work that he does for us and staying on top of things. You have a heavy job here and you're making things happen for us, and you're always pulling the entities or different directors and stuff together and say, hey, how's it going? How can we help you? Or how's this affecting your funding? You know, and I would just like to see that continue to happen, because thank you very much.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Keeping us where we're at. Thank you.
We appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to talk about the search and rescue efforts now. I waited all day for it, and I've been quiet all day just for this.
We weren't on the agenda yet, that's why.
Yeah, but look around us. We skipped around all day, Madam President. I don't mean to go off topic, but this is a real thing that we need to talk about, real issues, If you don't want to do it today, then don't feel sorry for me. Just apologize to the parents that are searching.
Okay. Make a motion to divert to the agenda and vote to that, Chris.
All right, well, I make a motion to divert from the agenda and talk about the new business on search and rescue.
Second, Ben. Question, Sherry. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Okay, so first off, I'd like to apologize to you because I haven't been a part of his efforts from the beginning. But at the same time, when I did join it, Council Representative Juan is there too, and she's been a part of it since the beginning. But one thing that we keep running into is what is the plan? What is our plan? Who's in charge? Who do we talk to? Who coordinates the stuff? And who stays at the command center so that all this information gets relayed to every person there? Not to kick on the help that we have, I'm grateful for the help that we have because, I don't know how these efforts go for anyone else. This is my first time helping a search. Now, I don't have children, and so I don't understand the love that a parent has for a kid yet. But I do know that whenever you see a parent's heartbreak, you can feel that. You can see it in their eyes, you can see it in their voice, you can hear it, you can feel it. Whenever a parent of a person with a missing child gets told that we're done, that's the last thing a parent wants to hear. That's the last thing a parent should experience from this body or any type of enforcement, is that we're done looking for your child. Our people always look for every kid. We can go back to the boarding school era. That was a 200-year search, and we finally got most of them back, but we're still going for that. This is the exact same thing. It's easy to say no until it's one of your own children, and I wish that, and I pray that that never happens to one of your children. But what I heard today is that there is a plan. There is something that EPP does have, and it's crazy because that has not been used once. And maybe tomorrow, because I see that it's already 5 o'clock, but tomorrow if we could have the EPP person, whoever's in charge of EPP, come down here and explain what's been going on, explain all these things that are going forward. But for some other, to save time, we were looking up some laws, and in 2020 there was this Innocent Child Act passed by the Biden administration. And what it entails is help for any endeavor that any MMIW person that we have. And anyways, I'd like to make a motion to have the president reach out to the OJS to our district, John, I forgot his last name. Borgen, yeah, Borgen. And ask them to send down resources and or a certified search and rescue person to lead our endeavors, as well as start with a plan so that whatever happens from here on out till the end of time, our people will have a plan to fall back on that will know what to do and will know how to organize these things because it's just unorganized.
Second.
Question. Who questioned?
Emily.
All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed? 0. Not voting? 0. Motion carried. We'll get that done, Chris.
Okay, but yes, this effort, this conversation will continue into tomorrow too, so I'd like to add it onto the agenda for tomorrow as well.
Well, we'll just leave it where it's at,
Yeah.
and this is just our discussion for today, for your motion. Tosin and Emily.
Last week when we had judiciary, we had Ali Morissette reach out to us. She has someone from state who will come in and train for search and rescue free because she saw that there's a need here and they all agreed on it. But you know what? We all need to get together because what was felt out there wasn't good and we need to have a protocol. We need to have a protocol, a plan and prepare, but it's not. It was very heavy, still is. So, I'd like to continue this conversation tomorrow also, but very, very needed, so no one has to go through this ever again.
I just had a quick question.
Okay, sorry.
I was answering. Quick clarifying on the some of the discussions that we had earlier off air. One of them involved possibly a PSA. Is that going to come out today?
for
I
this.
just want- yeah, I just wanted to know what-
He just went to get it. I'm having her pass those out so you guys can take them back with you and you
Oh,
can see.
this is what I was talking about.
Yeah. So, and he's also got the PSA that is gonna also go along. Yeah.
This is good to go now, right?
Yeah.
I should share it real fast.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's gonna get the announcement that's gonna go out on the radio along with this. Lewis just went to get it.
Do you want me to read it since I brought it up, or do you want to wait till the PSA
Wait till he
goes?
brings that one, you could read that one. This is just for you guys to take with you.
Thank you, I just wanted to check on that, thank you.
If you want more, then.
Kathy, what about the subject of this lady being spotted in Rock City?
So far, those are all just, they've been looked into, but we'll have, so Bob, tomorrow, can you come with a report to council on what you've done so far? And then we'll have LES also do the same. But we'll have to do that off the air because of people that are, still have to be questioned. We have to be careful because we don't want to interfere with an investigation.
Yeah.
Okay?
Because I mean, it's still a search and rescue though, right? Or
Yeah,
still
it's still,
moving
but it's a search and rescue, but because law enforcement has to follow its leads, it's an investigation.
Right, so we're not gonna. Yeah, I guess my question was.
You know,
Yeah.
you know, Bob knows.
I think this is not gonna be what, Chris was saying, it's not gonna be an isolated case, there'll be more.
Yeah,
And,
we've had more.
let this lesson be a learned lesson today that we could make better efforts next time. And, I was trying to get involved in that search and rescue. But my wife said, just stay home, you're an old man, so they'll be turning their focus on you. So I just stayed home.
But tomorrow, when we get through some of the other stuff, then we'll do a report with Bob and, we'll have Frank come down.
She was last seen on the 25th.
That's the information that we got from, like that the parent put out.
Right.
That's the information based on what the parent put out.
You still there? Yeah.
Thomas, you're here. You just tell them
I'm saying on the air.
Would you rather wait till tomorrow and have a full discussion, or would you?
I'd like to update you guys real quick on what we're doing right now.
Let's get that ready and do that.
Executive session? Executive session or up
I
there?
just don't think we should have public in here.
Yeah, so executive session.
Or we can just go off the air.
You.
Oh, executive?
Yeah, I'll motion.